in the arena in the east of Glasgow. Hopes for Scotland. They were 6th in 2022. The Scottish men produced a great effort yesterday in the equivalent final, finishing 4th. They were so close to the podium. The Canadians won gold. Could they do the double? They've got a good chance at it. It was silver for England and bronze for Australia. That was the men. This is the women. And here are the contenders about to make their way out into this magnificent space.
It's the women's team final and individual qualification subdivision 3.
This session doubles as individual qualification as well for the all-around finals tomorrow and the apparatus finals taking place in the next couple of days. India, they finished 9th in 2022. Their team is Nishka Agarwal, the 18-year-old from Hyderabad, Pranati Nayak, the 28-year-old in her 4th Games, Ishita Revadia from Mumbai, who's been a national champion, and Pratishta Samanta, her 2nd Commonwealth Games. Welcome to the India team, a welcome to all of you wherever you're watching the action from and whoever you're supporting. Here's Team Singapore. They were 7th in Birmingham. Emma Go, Commonwealth Games debut for her. Charlotte Poon likewise, she's 15. Alina Tan, 17-year-old, makes her debut. Amanda Yap and Emma Yap, the sisters. Emma Yap is at her 2nd Games, and Amanda is the first ever Singaporean gymnast to make a World Championship final. Okay, here we go. 6th place in Birmingham, but what about now? Ellie Cheetham, what a story! She's back. Crystal Legg and Ava McFarlane, joined by Lottie Smith, who just looks overjoyed, almost overwhelmed with emotion. The Scottish team are here. Ellie Cheetham, who retired and returned last year after 6 years out. The Welsh team. 5th in 2022. Ruby Evans, a medalist at the World Championships on floor last year. Abby and Emily Roper, the twins born in Ipswich in England. Frank Stone, just 16, and 17-year-old Jemima Taylor, debutants at the Games. Wales considered to be real contenders to get onto the podium. So, those are your teams in this session. The rules are 5-4-3. You can have a maximum of 5 gymnasts in the team. 4 can go on each apparatus, a maximum of 4. You can put only 3 up if you wish, but 3 scores must count. You have to have 3 counting scores to be in contention. So if you put 4 gymnasts up on the apparatus, then you will have a discarded score. The weakest one will go. That is what is coming up. We've got on the uneven bars Scotland first. And getting them started will be Ellie Cheetham, who, as I mentioned, has returned after 6 years out, having had 2 surgeries. She went to the Scottish Championships just to have fun, won the national title. Not bad going. So Scotland and Wales will function as a group, as will India and Singapore, so we'll divide the rotations into halves. India and Singapore starting at the vaulting table. Welcome, one and all, wherever it is that you are watching the action from, whoever it is that you are supporting, however long you've been watching the great sport of artistic gymnastics. I'm on the Holpen, and I'm honoured to have your company. I'm honoured to have the company as well of Blythe Lawrence to talk us through what is going to be a rather dramatic and probably very noisy session.
Let's call this the subdivision of opportunity. 4 extremely solid teams for Scotland and for Wales. When you look down the roster, you think that these are amongst the strongest teams they have ever fielded for Commonwealth Games. The Scottish trained extremely well the other day. They seem hyper motivated and fired up. As for Wales, the 5 gymnasts that are representing them here are extremely accomplished, all of them. It starts with Ruby Evans, the reigning British champion, the silver medalist at the last World Championships on floor exercise. She will be joined by the likes of Jemima Taylor, who has competed at the Junior World Championships, Abigail and Emily Roper, who have represented Great Britain internationally, Frank Stone, who was at the European Championships last year. And there's just so much that can be said about them. For Singapore, they have Emma and Amanda Yap. Amanda Yap, a gymnast whose story went around the world after she qualified for the balance beam final at the World Championships. And India, led by Pranati Nayak, an extremely seasoned competitor and an Olympian. So wherever you look, you find great teams and big names.
Beautifully summarised, the subdivision of opportunity. Because coming up in the next subdivision, we have got the top 4 Commonwealth member associations after Birmingham 2022. That's England, the champions from their home games, Australia, Canada and South Africa. But more on them later. In terms of what we've already seen, I can tell you that currently holding the gold medal position, Malta. They are the strongest from the first half of the day. Namibia are in the silver medal position at the moment. If you are scoring 10.9 plus per exercise, you'll go ahead of Malta. So that's the benchmark. Roughly 10.9 is currently occupying gold. Worth just keeping that figure in your mind. If you're new to watching artistic gymnastics, have no fear, we'll guide you through it all as we go. But in simple terms, difficulty plus execution equals the total score. Difficulty starts from 0 and works up. Execution starts from 10 and works down based on deviations from correct form or correct technique. Everything that a gymnast does is documented in a rather weighty tome called the Code of Points. And every time a gymnast does something that they wish to earn credit for, it will be determined by the difficulty panel, difficulty judges, and they will assign it a value that will be added up for a total difficulty score. There are also various requirements, things they have to do in every exercise. We'll talk about some of those as we go through. Just having some checks to the vault. Yeah, exactly. I was looking at it thinking it seems to be a little lower than normal. The vaulting table has dropped and is being adjusted by the equipment specialists. So the warm-ups will continue as a result on the vaulting table. We brought you up to speed and we brought the vault up to height. Let's go. It's going to get a little noisy. Here's Ellie Cheetham. She's back in action. More on her story in a moment. Let's see how she gets on the uneven bars.
She'll go right into her first release skill, a pike Jaeger, nicely caught. There's the requisite full turn. She gets it out of the way early in the routine, and then a little short on her pack salto, and indeed she does have to stop the routine. Unfortunately, she will take a full mark deduction for the breakup of the rhythm. On uneven bars, you are not allowed to pause and reset.
She finishes superbly though. Excellent components in that exercise from Ellie Cheetah. Her story is remarkable. She returned after a 6-year retirement last year, having had 2 surgeries. Went to the Scottish Championships just to see how it went and to have a bit of fun. She had so much fun, she won the national all-around title 3 months after returning. She is amazed to make her debut.
You kept it going.
In her
You kept
home
it going.
nation.
Well done. That's not easy to go pro.
It's not so much pride, it's a sense of it being unbelievable. We'll have a look back.
There's a lovely sense of refinement to her work as we take a look at one of her transitions from the low bar to the high bar. That is known as a Maloney, and she combines it with a second release skill. This is known as a Ginger, invented about half a century ago by a German gymnast. And it's combinations like that that are going to see her very well in terms of the difficulty. Whenever a gymnast can do 2 or more difficult skills in a row, including a release move on uneven bars, that is going to get them a lot of marks for that all-important difficulty score.
I love you.
A score of 11.5 for Ellie Cheetham. So 6.7 execution, reflected
The worst with us.
or reflective of that issue that she had having to reset. Now we go to a gymnast who was born in Stamford in Lincolnshire in England, but whose grandparents are from the Shetland Isles. Some of the furthest northward journeys you can make in the United Kingdom. Representing Team Scotland, it's Lottie Smith.
We're going to see a very similar entry from what we saw from Ellie Cheetham. Here comes the Jaeger. Hers is in the straddle position, and she's done so well to get her grip onto the bar. Unfortunately, that too is going to be a full mark taken off of the execution score. Every time we see a fall, that is what happens.
I'll just bring you up to speed again on the team rules here to remind you that the Scottish team will put 4 gymnasts up. 3 scores will count, so they will be counting an exercise that has a full mark, full deduction, unfortunately.
However, as you say so often, Ollie, it is not always about what you lose, but what you gain. The rest of this has been very clean. She's swung the second part extremely well, and just the dismount to go.
That is really mature gymnastics from Lottie Smith. What a reset, what a recovery. And yes, indeed, not always what you lose, but what you save, how much you manage to retrieve from a difficult position. And goodness me, is she a fighter? Is she a hard worker?
Falls aside, the execution has been very clean from Scotland on the uneven bars.
Let's catch up with Team India, who were 9th at the last Games. This is Shita Nevalia, 23-year-old from Mumbai, and she's been a national champion on vault. We anticipate that all of the Indian gymnasts will actually vault twice to try to get into the vault finals. The vault final, but only the first vault counts for the team score.
A powerful approach, and she's done so well to keep that Sukamar with a full twist on her feet. It quite easily could have gone the other way, but she really fought for this landing. There's a quarter turn onto the table as she takes off from the springboard, and then a backflip in the laid out straight body position and a full twist before she lands.
That's an unbelievably low landing that she pulls up from. It's extraordinary.
It's amazing how close her knees come to touching the mat, and yet they do not seem to.
Marty Smith
That's
picks
like
up an
better than
11.15 score.
Come on, Nate.
Year-old Ava McFarlane. She's been a medalist at the Northern European Championships.
It's known as a clear hip circle into a toe stalder. The full turn that is a necessity for every gymnast on uneven bars. Front giants, and then just a forward-facing flyaway with a half twist.
Ava McFarlane, who trains at the City of Glasgow club. Goodness knows how she must be feeling right now. Well, that's how she's feeling right now. There we go. She had almost 2 years away from full training between 2022 and 2024 with very serious illness.
I'm all right.
Ashita Rivale, 11.75 for the first. Here's vault number 2. This is just for her, not for the team.
Round off entry and a full twisting Yurchenko. Much the same landing as we saw from the first vault. Very low, but again, she keeps it on her feet, and that's important.
For those who are new to watching artistic gymnastics, good to know that when the gymnasts are vaulting twice to try to get into the vault final, they must perform 2 vaults from different groups, which means different ways of accessing the table.
And what we've seen from her is going forward first with the Sukahara style vault, and this is her backwards entry vault.
Come on, Stel, you got this!
It's 11.55 for
Come on,
Ava
Stel,
McFarlane.
Come on!
Strongest score so far for Scotland on the uneven bars. Now, they finish with the Scottish champion on this apparatus. Crystal Lake.
She has a much different composition from the rest of the team. She starts on the low bar. We're going to see a toe stalder with full turn into what's called a Van Leeuwen. And she just had problems with her grip, her right hand, as she grasped the bar, and that has necessitated her stopping the routine. Beautiful high Jaeger. She has gorgeous swing, but the pack salto is just not what she wanted to do today. She was a bit too high as she released. Let's have a look at the opening sequence of the routine again. Really intricate work. She has to get her feet down onto the bar and release at exactly the right moment. And you see what happens with the right hand. It just kind of peels off the bar.
Back she goes into the Ginga somersault. Trying to get as much out of this exercise as possible. Big, tight position, rotating a couple of times frontwards, but then large landing adjustment. And unfortunately for Scotland, it's been a really tough opening to their quest on the uneven bars. And you feel for them. They've got a lot still to go. It's not done yet. 11.7 for Revalia for the second. So that's an 11.725 average.
Come on.
So difficult when you come into a massive arena like this in your home games on the uneven bars, which are, I was about to say, a very unforgiving apparatus. I'm not sure there's any apparatus that's forgiving in gymnastics. Maybe floor exercise, you can just pause for a moment perhaps and take your breath if you need to?
Yes, potentially. Floor allows the gymnast that luxury, and the uneven bars are the only place around the arena where you just cannot stop once you start. It's part of the game.
India at the vaulting table. Mishka Agarwal. She is from Hyderabad, the 6th largest city in India. 7 million people live there. And she won the vault title at the National Games last year, beating the great Pranati Nayak. Hand goes down regrettably. That is the vault that will be registered for the team score for India. Big crowd gathered in the arena.
It's a difficult one, and you see that her ankles are both heavily taped. She didn't really need to put her hand down. But unfortunately, what is done, and she will take the full mark deduction because of it.
So 11.45 was her score. For Crystal Lake, it's 11.7. That is the highest score for Scotland on the uneven bars. So they have to regroup now and get ready to move to beam, which has its own challenges. Now, Pranati Nayak of India, she will only vault. It's a specialist apparatus for the 28-year-old. She made the final of the last games. This will be very difficult.
She has gone for an easier version of the vault that she uses often in international competition. This was a handspring with a front tuck and a full twist. And try to break it down. She goes forwards onto the table and then punches up into another flip and cranks the full twist around before she lands. Often she does this with her body in the stretched position, which gives it a higher difficulty tariff. But here in the qualifications, she's obviously opted to play it a little bit safe.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because she's indicating on the vault board a difficulty value of 5.2. It doesn't, of course, matter. You can do whatever you do and you'll get given whatever the mark is.
I wonder if in her run-up, she might have missed a step. There was one point where she did seem to stutter just slightly. And she obviously decided to go for it, but maybe make the modification. She'll be judged on what she did. There won't be a deduction for having vaulted something different from what she actually flashed that she was intending.
If it were a sport like diving, it would be a 0 score for doing something different, otherwise indicated. You can probably work out who they're supporting. The traditionally attired, colourfully attired fans of Team Wales. As 11.95 is the score for Pranati Nayak.
And she has 0.3 of a point penalty for going out of bounds as she landed that vault.
So this needs to be a really high quality vault if she is to contend for a place in the vault final.
Going to see a different style of entry, the half turn on. The super armor vault with a full twist. Pranati Nayak is recovering from an injury that kept her out of competition a lot last year. She's had a couple of good international outings since then and said that it's really helped her gain her confidence back. Just about the only thing where you really see a palpable error here is on the landing with the large step back. That could cost her in the neighborhood of half a point.
Only the second Indian woman to compete in gymnastics at the Olympic Games. Amazing accomplishment, a true great of the sport in her country. Welsh team waiting to get involved. There we go. That's a useful score for her. She's now in 4th position in the vault standings. 12.8 for a 12.575 average. She's really brought her score up. Going to be a tough task to get into that vault final, though, with who's still to come. We'll see. Now, here is a gymnast who will also be hoping to contend for a place in the vault final. Protista Samanta from Kolkata, but that's very well done. I was about to say from Kolkata, she's actually from Howrah, but lives in Kolkata.
She moved there to pursue elite gymnastics training several years ago. She too has a good amount of international experience, including World Challenge Cup finals under her belt. This was a powerful piece of vaulting. The Sukahara with a full turn. She made it look easy to do. Gets a great amount of distance from the table and is able to spot the landing because she can actually see the mat from when she finishes the twist.
Scheduled to perform all 4 apparatus at these games. She did win a silver on floor at the Indian National Games last year, along with taking 3rd place in the vault competition. Now that is a really positive start. 12.95. Over 8.5 for execution. So a strong second vault here, and she's going to be a real contender to get into that vault final. It should be a slightly lower difficulty vault. She's indicating a handspring front pike half, and there it was.
Exactly so. Vault is one of the Indian team's strongest apparatus, a legacy left by Deepa Karmakar, who won bronze on this apparatus at the Commonwealth Games the last time it was held in Glasgow in 2014. This was, once again, extremely powerful vaulting. The handspring entry, and then a half turn in the air and a back pike off the table. Good height, but also good control on the landing. Maintains the pike position throughout. It's important for the gymnast to define whatever the position they are going for in the air, tucked, piked, or laid out.
The difficulty of the first vault, 4.4, the difficulty of that vault will be judged at 4.0. But certainly one would imagine that Protista Samanta will be in real contention for a spot in the vault final. She may well be the top performer in qualification after this display. Let's see what the score is. Well, there we go. She's well and truly the top. And there's some interesting mathematics here. 12.7 and 12.95 added together, divided by 2, but we add a 2/10 bonus to it, and that's really important. This is why the 2/10 bonus occurs.
The reason is because coming off of the table, the judges look to see whether the gymnast is flipping forwards or flipping backwards. And the gymnasts who do 2 vaults and do 1 in each direction actually earn this 2/10 of a point bonus. So for her, the first vault was the backwards flipping vault, the Sukahara style, with a back with full twist. And then the second one, which is known as a cuervo, is actually counted as going forwards off the table. So she gets that 2/10 of a point.
It's essentially a variety bonus.
Exactly. It was put in place actually to encourage variety in vaulting style.
And it's encouraging to see so many young spectators in the arena enjoying all of the action from Glasgow 2026. And great to have you with us as well, watching at whatever time of the day or night or something in between it is when you are enjoying this. That'll brighten your day up, no matter what time of day. And the lovely thing about the Commonwealth Games, it's possible to support more than one Commonwealth association at the same time.
It's one of the beauteous things about gymnastics, actually. Everyone's very respectful, and fans around the world, no matter which nation or association they are supporting, can also appreciate the art and style of other gymnasts and what they do.
Now, we are at the halfway point of rotation number 1, so that means a switch of the teams. And you'll get very used to this as the subdivision goes on. We've now got the Singaporeans in action at the vaulting table, and this is the Welsh warm-up on the uneven bars. Halfway through subdivision number 3, rotation 1. So 4 rotations in each subdivision. The women's team final and individual qualification in artistic gymnastics. The Welsh have the Roper twins as part of their squad. And this is Abby. The first performance now to come from Team Wales. They were 5th in Birmingham. They have been spoken about quite rightly, and that's the respect that they deserve as very fine gymnasts, as medal contenders. They've earned the right to be considered medal contenders. Now, can they deliver? Over to you, Team Wales. Here's Abby Roper.
The uneven bars rotation is going to show us a lot about where Wales is. This will set the table for the rest of their competition. Cleanly through the Jaeger. There's the pack salto. She has very precise handstand positions, which adds an extra sort of polish to this routine. Getting her done in combination, and she's winding up for her dismount.
Oh goodness, so close to the bar and clipped it quite heavily. Saying that she's okay.
Gymnasts do that on occasion in training. It never feels very good, but she had good reflexes and was able to get the double tuck around.
Alina Tan of Singapore. Good starts for Team Singapore.
That's a very nice full twisting Sukahara in the tucked position. Good way for her to work into this competition. Powerful approach and a really well-defined tuck position, plus a very good landing, just a small step back. She will probably take a penalty of just a single 1/10 of a point for putting her foot on the red part of the mat there. That's considered out of bounds.
Do not let Singapore out of your mind during this, because they're a very good team. Young squad getting stronger and stronger. They could well contend 7th in 2022. Let's look back at Abby Roper.
And actually, she releases the bar too late. So she's too close to it as she starts the rotation on the double tuck. And the result is the clipped foot, which slows the rotation and also leads to the fall.
She is the reigning Welsh all-around champion. She has also represented England, but has flown the Welsh colours since 2022. Always a super group of travelling supporters, the Welsh fans in gymnastics competitions. have a look at Amanda Yap. 17-year-old Commonwealth Games debutant for Singapore. Excellent.
What a tiny full twisted Yurchenko vault. That's a great start for Amanda Yap. The Yurchenko comprised of the round off onto the board, the back handspring onto the horse. She does a layout somersault with a full twist coming off before she lands.
Abby Roper scoring 11.1.
Mom! Come on!
Now we have Jemima Taylor in action.
Full turn into her pack salto transition. Great held handstand. And that's a powerful Maloney right into a ginger. And she adds a full twist to her double tuck somersault.
Well done, Jemima Taylor. Bronze medalist on the uneven bars at the British Championships this year. They needed that from her. She's delivered for the Welsh team. Singapore have made a promising start. Now, Amanda Yap score 12.7.
Come on!
They're going to go on with Emma Yap. Go!
And once again, I believe that was a full twisting Sukahara in the tuck position. The same vault that we saw from Elena Tan just a bit ago. Yes, the half turn on, and then the back flip with the full twist in that tucked position. One thing she does really nicely is she keeps her legs together and her toes pointed throughout the tuck.
She's looking absolutely delighted. And she's right to be looking absolutely delighted. Jemima Taylor, 13.3. That is the second best performance we've seen so far on the uneven bars, behind Yuli Wan of Malaysia. Here is the first Welsh gymnast to win an individual medal at the World Championships. Silver medalist on floor in Jakarta last year, Ruby Evans. An enormous performer for her team.
This is an excellent place for her to start her competition, because if she has a nervous event, uneven bars is it. She's well through the Shaposhnikova to pack salto transition, and she's caught her ginger. Careful on the full turn, and now the blind, the front giants, and a double front tuck. Great landing. For somebody, yes, exactly, expected to be a crowd pleaser, a mood changer, and a serious contender. Alina Tan, she was the first gymnast to vault for Singapore. She scored 12. Now we'll see the last vaulter for Singapore. It's Charlotte Poon, silver medalist at the National Championships this year on this apparatus. Just 15, youngest in the team. Good luck to her. A different vault than we've seen from any of the Singaporeans. The Sukahara in the layout position. So no twist on this vault, but a more difficult body position. Keeping your body fully straight the whole way through the vault. An added challenge compared to the tuck position. This is lovely. Once again, straight legs, Knees glued together, toes pointed. You could cut that out and paste it into a gymnastics textbook. And just the smallest maneuver on landing.
Emma Yap scored 11.85 for her vault. The Singaporeans don't have enormous complexity to their vaulting, so the difficulty numbers are on the lower side compared to some teams, but they perform those vaults really nicely. That's all you can do. Just be as clean as possible. Ruby Evans, just like Jemima Taylor, 13.3.
Let's go,
Those are some compelling numbers from the Welsh on the uneven bars. Now this is Emily Roper, the last to perform for Wales on this apparatus.
Lovely handstand positions coming out of the Stalder, and she shows a Stalder Shaposhnikova up to the high bar combined with a pack salto. Great Van Leven. Blind front giant, and then a beautiful smooth Jaeger.
You know, the last time for the Commonwealth Games was in Glasgow. In 2014, the Welsh team won the bronze medal. Well, well, well. Will it be a happy homecoming to the dear green place for those that wear the red dragon?
This is the kind of start that you dream about at a Commonwealth Games. And for the Welsh to be able to anchor with Emily Roper on uneven bars is fantastic. Technically, this routine is superb. Her handstand positions are wonderful. Her swing is smooth as silk. Everything hit exactly the way that she intended. And plenty of difficulty in these combinations of elements. This is an exercise that could win a medal in apparatus finals.
That's if she can get beyond her own teammates, because there are two very highly placed Welsh gymnasts at the moment, and only two can make it into the apparatus finals.
And capped by this stuck full twisting double tuck dismount, she could go beyond her teammates with the score.
There's a lot of difficulty, isn't there, in here, and that certainly is going to help.
The difficulty, also the execution.
Well, that's 13.6, a 40.2 for the Welsh team. Now, that has really impacted them positively. We'll come back to that in a moment. 12.35, Charlotte Poon. Really nice start from Singapore. They've maximised their difficulty level with clean execution for good total scores. After the first rotation, Wales are leading, and they are leading by a very good margin. We're showing you here all of the teams from this subdivision and the earlier ones as though they were competing at the same time. And that gives you a really good sense of how the competition would be progressing if every team were out there right now. It would be rather meaningless if we showed you a total score and then put Wales way down the leaderboard. So it's a better way to visualize it, but you won't see Malaysia, for example, or Namibia or Malta because they competed earlier. What I will tell you is just to remind you that Malta were in the gold medal position before this with an average of 10.9 per routine. The Welsh have just produced 13.4 as an average per routine. The competition has changed. Now, can Scotland change their competition? The Scots will be on the beam, followed by the Welsh, and we will have India and Singapore on the uneven bars.
Glasgow, we have seen some incredible gymnastics from our gymnasts, but we have our master opinion.
What a pleasure it is to have you with us. I hope you're able to feel how good the atmosphere is in the arena. The arena that is called the Arena. It's in the east of the city of Glasgow, very close to Celtic Park. So they're used to loud noises around here. And they're going to be supporting the Scottish team with gusto, of course. Ellie Cheetham, what an unbelievable, it is unbelievable, it's an almost fantastical story to come back after 6 years. We have been saying throughout that in many ways this is the Commonwealth Games that proves to not just the Commonwealth but to the world that you are in control of your sporting destiny, your gymnastics destiny. You want to take time away, take time away. You want to come back, come back. The days of you being described in almost geriatric terms at the age of 18, they're over, they're gone. That's history.
It's so true. More and more we are seeing gymnasts on the international stage who are in their 20s, even their 30s, occasionally their 40s, who are absolutely thriving and at the best places they have been in their careers, both physically and psychologically.
On the beam, Team Scotland, and Crystal Lake starts.
She mounts with a combination of 2 leaps, a switch leap, and then a switch leap with half turn. She earns, I believe, actually a 1/10 of a point of difficulty bonus for combining those 2 elements. All gymnasts have to perform a turn of at least 360 degrees on one foot. Unfortunately for her, although she doesn't come off the apparatus, she has to grab it and sit down, and that will be counted as a fall. So full mark deduction. It's also potentially going to impact her difficulty because the turn that she was going for was worth 3 or 4/10 of a point. She's unlikely to get that now. Double turn, very difficult maneuver on the balance beam. She handles it well. Many less seasoned gymnasts would have come off the apparatus.
Talked about how inspired she was 4 years ago watching Shannon Archer win a bronze medal on vault at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. A historic first for Scottish women. Nishka Agarwal of India.
We've seen a real evolution in Indian gymnastics over the past decade or so. On uneven bars, they still lack some of the difficulty of the top nations, but they've come quite a long way. The fundamentals in this routine are really sound.
Let's talk a little about handstands for those who are new to watching gymnastics. Handstands on the uneven bars.
The goal for a gymnast when she casts or comes out of a move like that, a stalder, is to hit a completely straight handstand. So your body essentially is completely vertical or at a 12 o'clock position, if you will. And there are deductions associated if the angle is not straight up and down. you have to be very close to vertical, or ideally at vertical, in order to avoid those execution deductions.
Yes, there's a little tolerance allowed, isn't there? And once that tolerance is passed, the tents start to come off. 11.25 first score for Scotland on the beat. Oh, that is just wonderful. In support of Lottie Smith, here she is. So proud to represent Scotland, and there's a saltire with her face on it. She says she's the big sister and mum of the team.
The mount, the jump to split without using the hands, very difficult. Choreography to ease her way into this exercise. We're going to see side aerial, back layout, step out. Well done. And well controlled. There was half a second where you thought she might be in trouble, but she says no way. Oh, goodness. Sometimes you get through the really difficult area of the routine. She made it through the requisite acrobatic series, which is what tends to stress gymnasts out the most on beam. But sometimes with that comes a feeling of relief and a slight letting down of the guard, perhaps. And then when you go to do the next element, you find that you can come off. She has actually gone overtime. She'll have a 1/10 of a point penalty for that.
Well held in the dismount from Scotland's Lottie Smith. That's just acknowledging that she just had one of those moments there. .35. Mishka Agarwal. Devalia.
Setting up for Akacha. Nicely done. Slight leg separation on the bail to the low bar. Really has to work hard to make the kip up to the high bar there, but cleanly into her layout dismount.
She did very well there, didn't she? Had to use a bit of core strength to get back up and get the swing going, but determined effort from Eshita Revalia, the graduate of psychology. They've really enjoyed their time in Europe, the Indian team. Came to train in London before moving up to Glasgow.
This, for her, probably the most difficult part of the routine. Just getting her feet back to the bar to make the kip. The Kachev early on was very well handled.
10.9 is the score for Lottie Smith.
Come on, Ava.
Now she turns her attention to supporting her fellow Scottish team member, Ava McFarlane of the City of Glasgow Gymnastics Club.
Very neat mount, the front walkover. Coming up, her acrobatic series, anticipating back handspring to layout, step out. Oh.
There's some really important context about Ava McFarlane that she wants the world to know, which is the incredibly tough time she's had overcoming very serious illness, inflammatory bowel disease, that actually restricted her for years from not being able to train on every apparatus. She could only do bars and beam for a long time. She's here doing a full all-around program at these games, which is absolutely huge for her. She said that she would never have believed she would be here at the start of her illness, and certainly not doing the all-around competition. She said that when she was first diagnosed, she looked for positive stories from people who were affected by her condition. She now wants to be that positive person for someone else. Whatever numbers get put next to her name, to any of the Scottish team's names, to gymnasts who've had mental blocks, to gymnasts who've retired, who've come back, they are more than numbers. They are an inspiration to the host nation in many different ways. 9.55 is Shita Revalia's score. Pratishta Samanta is India's next competitor on the uneven bars. Started well on vault.
Vault is the apparatus that she is known for, but in a team competition, she's quite handy on the uneven bars as well. One thing that's still evolving for her is finishing the work in handstands that are straight up and down.
But as you say, a very useful component of the team score, that display from Pratishta Samanta. She's been top 25 in the world on vault. You don't often get to see her perform on the uneven bars.
The most complex work that she does in this routine is the sequence of pirouettes that come after her mount. And then there's the bail transition and a toe shoot to the high bar and straight into her dismount.
.11.1. McFarlane. And we finish with the Scottish all-around champion, the returning Ellie Cheetham.
She's got a very eye-catching entry to this routine. That's what's known as a candle mount. Back dive to chest stand. First big test, a side aerial. And this will be another what looks like a double turn in the Cossack position. Oh, and once more the unintentional dismount. The falls aside, what the Scottish have displayed in this competition has been lovely. They're not giving the judges much to take in terms of the way these skills are executed. Case in point, complex double turn on one foot. Handspring, back handspring. Leg step right at the end of the beat. Cartwheel here to 1.5 twist.
For all of the Scottish gymnasts, there have been some beautiful components to their work. The matter of just stringing it all together to get those high scores has been tricky, but you can see the elements, you can see what it might be, what it nearly was. to Samantha, has an 8.5 score. And that will be a counting score for India because they only have 3 gymnasts on the apparatus. They've only got a squad of 4, like Scotland.
We're still up there. We're still.
To fulfill the acrobatic series requirement on balance beam, most gymnasts do 2 elements, a back handspring combined with some sort of layout. She actually does 3. Here's a different view of it, the back handspring, a second back handspring, and then she's running out of beam, but it doesn't phase her at all. Layout, step out, right on the end.
Ellie Cheetham is awarded 11.25.
11.25. We'll take it. 12.25.
Ariel, I love that. And
Now we are in the second half of this second rotation. Just had to quickly check where we were there. It's been a very busy day of competition. Second half of the rotation, number 2 in Subdivision 3, and we have got the Welsh on the beam. Blythe, they haven't made too shabby a start, have they?
They have had a dream start on uneven bars. They're not counting a fall towards their team score. And in terms of what that gives them on balance beam, one can imagine that there may be a burgeoning sense of confidence. We'll see how that actually carries over in the competition because balance beam remains balance beam, and any team in the world will tell you that. Sometimes it goes right, and sometimes it just seems like all the stars and moons are out of line and you can't do what you want to. But the Welsh have made an excellent start.
Singapore will be on the uneven bars. If you're not too familiar with watching the Singaporean team, I can tell you that when they get to beam, there'll be much excitement there because of Amanda Yap's performance. There'll also be a lot of excitement when they get to floor because of Emma Yap, who is a lovely dancer, a very expressive gymnast. And for Wales, there'll just be excitement full stop, all the time, because they started brilliantly. Now, it's about keeping it going. Ruby Evans, first on beam for the Welsh. Good start.
She goes for the difficulty with the punch front mount. That skill alone, I believe, will get her 4/10 of a point in difficulty. 8 skills that count on balance beam. There's the second one, double turn in the Cossack or sit position. Balance beam is about control. It's about placing your feet and putting them down and bending your knees to absorb the beam so that you stay on. Back handspring, layout, step out. Double turn, risky, but well handled. Completely through the free walkover. She's almost home. Her dismount, typically very difficult. Round up double twist.
My goodness me! Wales are looking the business! What a joy this is to watch! She is a gymnast with such presence, Ruby Evans. First opportunity to see Emma go. She didn't compete on vault. She makes her debut at the Commonwealth Games.
Clear hip circle to half salto. Toe stalder to a toe hecht to the high bar. And then a toe stalder to front tuck dismount.
Well, to keep the swing going, can't be the easiest thing when you come out with your team and then you have to stay there and wait for a full rotation to get involved in a setting as big as this. Kept the nerves under control.
She makes great use of one particular element, and that is the giant earth circle where the toes actually touch the bar. We see it here. That's a toe stalder. And then in the transition, the toes to the bar, and then she pings herself up to the high bar. And once more, just before the dismount, toe on, front tuck off.
.55, the second best score that we've actually seen on the beam so far. Abby Roper, who had a tricky start on the bar, she'll be waiting to really get things back on track, and that was a good start.
Very nice lunge front mount. The Welsh aren't afraid of difficulty. That's a variation of the same skill that she mounted the beam with. And just in those two alone, I believe, she has 0.8 of a point. And she's 1/4 of the way through the difficulty that we'll see in this routine. Fine double turn in the Cossack position. And if you think that looks easy, go on and try it at home, and you will discover that it's really not.
Move the coffee table first.
Definitely move the coffee table first. It's a lovely fluidity to this routine, not to mention very good amplitude on her leaps.
On the face of Abby Roper. You can imagine that the moment she finished her uneven bars routine, she will have just wanted time to speed up so she could get back out again and compete. Good execution score from Emma Go, 7.6. It's only a 2.4 difficulty score, hence the 10 exactly mark. Alina Tan started with a 12 on vault. She's been working on making her uneven bars routine more complex over the last year.
And she begins with one of the most well-flighted gingers you will see in the world. Beautiful release skill. Uneven bars the way that it ought to be done. It's a wonderful roundness to her swing. It's very full. Showing great amplitude with everything she does as well. And a little problem there that has actually become a bigger problem because that, alas, will count as a fall. And a layout dismount.
But can we just put that ginger somersault in a museum? It was exquisite, genuinely world class.
Absolutely gorgeous. We see a lot of gingers. We don't often see them flighted that way.
11.65.
Come on,
Abby Roper. Emily Roper, who had that brilliant start on bars, the top performer, 13.6.
Going to get a much different and difficult mount sequence from her. Round off, layout, step out onto the balance beam. Oh, that's the trouble with the Cossack turn. If you are not just so, you are coming off the beam. And that's also going to impact her difficulty score. Because she didn't finish the turn, she's not going to get credit for both of the revolutions. This has been a display of quality, particularly in her leaps and jumps.
Regrettably, problems with the dismount for Emily Roper. Wales are still very much in the discussion. Things becoming a little more complicated though because of beam, as they often do.
And they do have the luxury of dropping a score, and they'll hope they can do that with that.
Alina Tan scoring 10.2 on the uneven bars. Amanda Yap, the first Singaporean gymnast to make a World Championship final. She'll go to beam next.
Blind through to Pike Jaeger, and look at the handstands. She's paying really close attention to hitting the vertical when she can. Right there, and again. Lovely work so far from Amanda Yap.
Golly, does she attack those handstands? Really works hard to try to get to 12 o'clock.
It sets her apart as well, the attention being paid. And you've got to commend Singapore because the gymnasts look very comfortable with the routines that they're doing. They don't always have immense measures of difficulty. And you see that in the dismounts from the uneven bars, just layouts for the most part. But they're doing what they can, and they're demonstrating real mastery of it.
Come on, Frank, you got it. Come on, Frank. Come.
11.1, Emily Roper's score.
Come on now. Come on, Frank. Lock in. Come on, Frank. Come on, Frank.
Frank Stone of Wales.
She starts as well with the front tuck somersault.
And she became the British champion on beam last year. This year won the Welsh title.
Back handspring layout, step out, solid as a rock. Or a stone. There is perhaps a bit too much time taken between those leap elements for her to get the connection, the difficulty associated with it. Beautiful side aerial. Side somi. Something she's doing very well is not really wobbling on anything. She's not giving the judges so far room to take a lot of execution deductions, but just as I say it.
How many times over the years, Clive, have we seen beam routines change in the clicking of the fingers?
The Cossack turn can be a gymnast's undoing on balance beam. There's a reason that those turns are so highly valued in difficulty. She's got a complex dismount planned as well, round off double tuck.
And she has just made that issue to one side. She's a high quality gymnast, Frank Stone.
Oh, gorgeous work on balance beam. Unfortunate about the fall.
Nadia, 11.9. And we finish with Emma Yap.
And she's run into problems on her opening transition. What she meant to do, I believe, is switch her grip and start swinging in the forward position. Grip changes on uneven bars can be quite complex. They test the gymnast. And here she's essentially going to start the routine anew. Half salto transition to the low bar. And once more, just, oh, ow. Ow. It seems like she hit her foot on the metal that actually causes the uneven bars to be separated.
Oh, this is really unfortunate for Emma Yap, and it can sometimes be like this for gymnasts, especially when they have a start to the exercise where they can't really establish any kind of swing. She's got the crowd with her. She's got Glasgow with her at the friendly games. Emma Yap enjoying the friendship of Glasgow, and they love that she got through that. She showed real toughness. It's tricky for her. She was actually 15th in the all-around competition at the last games, and that will be a very low score for her all-around qualification prospects. It's a 9.8 for Frank Stone.
We'll have another look at Emma Yap on the uneven bars and this unfortunate fall. When you fall out of handstand on the bars, especially when you're in the midst of turning, it can get very complicated, and it's good to see that she is all right after this tricky go on the apparatus. Many gymnasts know this feeling when a routine has gone awry and not the way that you want it to. You do learn to simply draw a line under it and move on. She has more gymnastics to do here.
Yes, there is the skill that elite athletes have to acquire, whatever their sport, the ability to put the past behind them and to get on with whatever comes next.
And she'll know that. One routine does not define who you are as a gymnast, who you are as an athlete.
So we are waiting for Emma Yap's score to be calculated. That will then bring us to the close of the second rotation. 7.5 Emma Yap's score, bringing us to a close in the rotation.
And the score is in for Emma Yap at 7.5. So that does conclude the rotation. One more round of applause, please, Marcel.
The setting is the arena in Glasgow, the 2026 Commonwealth Games. Wales are at the top of the halfway stage of their subdivision, 75.5. What I can tell you is that their average, which was 13.4 per routine after one rotation, has dropped to 12.6. So they have had to count some lower scores than optimal on the beam. Now they are going to head to floor. It would be very useful if they happen to have a World Championship medalist there. Oh no, wait, they do, it's Ruby Evans.
And it's a stunner of a routine.
Certainly is. Stunner of an arena as well. We're going to start with Scotland on floor. That's going to be marvellous. If you're just joining the action now, I can tell you the Scottish team have had a tough start, regrettably, but they will really go for it now on floor, and they'll have the support of the Glasgow faithful, and then we'll have the Welsh on floor. And look who's last. Ruby Evans will be our final gymnast of the rotation, the silver medalist at the World Championships in Indonesia last year. The balance beam will be the home of India and Singapore, and it was at those World Championships in Indonesia that Amanda Yap became the first gymnast from her nation to make a World Championship final. Not only did she make a World Championship final, but she set a personal best in the final. Quite extraordinary. And in between qualifying and competing in the final, she had to fly home to Singapore to take her O-level mathematics paper 1, and then go back and do the rest of it afterwards. So the whole family was actually huddled together in her room at 10 p.m. on the last day of qualification to see if she had made it. They were hitting refresh repeatedly on the online scoring system, as many gymnastics fans around the world do, to see if their favourites have made it in. She thought she was going to skip the World Championship to focus on the mathematics exam.
She said that the whole experience taught her, actually, that if she can go through all of that, maybe I'm capable of doing things that I didn't think I could do. And she's actually taken a school sabbatical this summer to prepare for the international competition season.
Yes, this time she doesn't want to have any mathematics papers to attend to. But so many of these gymnasts are doing not necessarily exactly that, but they're doing something along those lines, juggling the complexities of the everyday world. Because elite athletes are human beings first and foremost. They're people who have car insurance to sort out. They're people who have difficult journeys to get to training because they're training a long way away from where their home base is. They're people who have families that become unwell. They're just normal people. They do the extraordinary on the field of play. And sometimes we forget that behind that is just a regular human being who's trying to make a success of their life and deserves our respect. Ellie Cheetham is starting for Scotland on floor. There's someone out there that Ellie Cheatham wants to thank. When she was in hospital after a surgical procedure that went wrong just before she returned, a woman in the hospital said, do all the things that you never really finished. When you get out of hospital, just go back and tick them off. And she thought, oh, maybe I'll have another go at this gymnastics business then. Things go too badly.
We'll take the competition one, it's fine.
Hope that woman knows what she's done and the part she played in the return of Ellie Cheatham. Here's Ishita Revalia of India on the beam.
Murmuring affirmations just before her mount. First big test, back handspring, back tuck. And unfortunately for her, she was a bit twisted in the air, and so she did not land with her hips and shoulders square to the beam, and in order to have a hope of staying on, that's what really needs to happen. India showing increasingly complex routines on all four apparatus. They've always been very good on vault, but it's taken several years for the other apparatus to catch up. And with that round-off double top dismount, she shows a tremendous amount of difficulty.
Yes, indeed, lots of positives in the work from India. The consistency, the clarity, that's got to be the next target, and it will be. But they're putting some good building blocks into their exercises. Ellie Cheatham, 11.25. And she's also conducting the entire crowd.
Next to perform for Scotland will be Ava
McFarlane, the next to perform on floor for Team Scotland. For a very hard-working gymnast representing Scotland, Ava McFarlane.
It's clear that a lot of care has been devoted to the choreography of that exercise, making sure that it matches the music to every beat.
10.05. Yes, it really did work so harmoniously with the orchestration. That's ever so important on floor. Pratishta Samanta. Third performance for her at her second Commonwealth Games.
acrobatic series. Back handspring, layout to 2 feet. Very nicely done. She takes a lot of risk, especially with that second element in the set. Landing on 2 feet from a layout. One of the harder things one can do on the balance beam. And she will be rewarded nicely with difficulty. Side aerial.
Performance from Pratishtha Samanta. Some complicated gymnastics.
All of it really well handled too.
$11.5 for Ava McFarlane's floor performance.
Come on.
25-year-old Lottie Smith is next to perform on floor. What beautiful dance. If you want to know what it means to represent Scotland at the Commonwealth Games, read Lottie Smith's social media post. She thanked so many people, including the family who'd driven her up and down the country for 20 years. And she finished by saying to her younger self, "It's worth it in the end, my girl," and put a happy tears emoji. 10.05. The score on beam for Pratishtha Samanta. Nishka Agarwal of India.
Round off layout, step out mount, very ambitious. One of the hardest mounts that we will see on the balance beam at these Commonwealth Games. Layout, step out, nearly. One of the hardest things in gymnastics to do is remount the balance beam after an early fall and then do your acrobatic series. triangle for success in artistic gymnastics. First, there's mastering difficulty to the point where you are safe to compete it. Then there's executing that difficulty well, and finally, consistency. She's got the difficulty, the other two will follow.
10.6 is the score for Lottie Smith. And this is the last Scottish performance to come on floor before they head to vault to close their competition. Crystal Lake. Due to injury. She, along with every single member of this Scottish team, has at some point, and quite recently, felt a million miles away from a Commonwealth Games. Every one of them has made it. If you are looking for Scottish sporting inspirations, look not at the medal table, look not at the scoreboard, look at the people, look at them, their stories, their personalities, their character, their soul.
And then also look at their tumbling, because it's very good. Front layout to front with 1.5 twist is what she opened with. Here's her double tuck. The choreography was just so enjoyable. The use of her hands and arms, the body waves. And she really gets into it.
9 exactly for Ishka Agarwal. The Indians will go to floor to finish their competition. We have this final score to be calculated. Hope that all is well there. 12.1, Crystal Lake. That's actually the strongest score that we've seen so far on floor. Now, on the subject of the strongest score that we've seen so far on floor, one really stresses the so far. And there's a reason for that.
And the reason is warming up right there on your screen. Ruby Evans, currently the World Championships silver medalist. She is a phenomenal tumbler, and the choreography of her routine is every bit as good as the acrobatic sequences. It's a rare combination.
The standings at the moment in the women's team competition, Scotland are at the top of the leaderboard, but it is an intermediary phase of the competition because we are halfway through this current rotation. One would expect the Welsh to go above Scotland if they carry on as they have been performing. Let's see where Singapore go.
And we are ready to begin rotation over on floor.
Singapore on beam, that could be a most interesting phase of the competition too. We're going to start with a very good gymnast on floor. This is Wales's Jemima Taylor. Competitions taking place throughout the United Kingdom, and you would get dozens of floor routines, one after the other. Jemima Taylor would turn up, and everyone would stop and just notice because of that presence she has. She had it then, she's got it even more now. It's been lovely seeing her really start to flourish on the international stage. Will begin the Singaporean beam rotation. Good luck to the whole team.
Really explosive switch leap with a half turn to a split jump. Setting up for her flight series. Back handspring. She goes for the layout to 2 feet. She nearly hangs on. We must emphasize how much harder that skill is than the layout step out, where a gymnast lands 1 foot at a time. Another solid punch front. There's a very appealing crispness to the way that she works balance beam. Quite exacting in her choreography. And she's got such a calm demeanor up there.
I was watching that exercise thinking, what's the word that I'm searching for there? And you said it's exactly crispness. And it really defines the whole Singaporean team on the apparatus.
Exactly.
Come on, Fran!
No surprise that that's the best score we've seen so far at the games on floor. 12.35 for Jemima Taylor.
Next to floor, Wales, Francis Stone.
Another great performer on this apparatus, Frank Stone, the 16-year-old born in Derbyshire in England. On beam for the Welsh. Is it safe to say they're back on track now? It looks like it. 10.65. Emma goes beam score.
Breathe.
We'll continue with our focus on the Singaporean beam rotation. Here is Amanda Yap, who made the World Championship final last year.
And the reason that she was in the top 8 in the world is that she has wonderful combinations, like that sequence of leaps she displayed with the mount, and also skills like that, the very difficult switch ring performed with tremendous amplitude. Back handspring layout to 2 feet. We mentioned earlier how that is a much harder skill than the layout step out that many of the gymnasts use. There's a certain polish that gymnasts seem to acquire once they have been in a world championship final. And that comes through in every movement that she makes. A certain confidence as well, perhaps. Skills in this routine. There's some skills that many gymnasts use, like the punch front. Few are delivered with such a sense of mastery. The dismount, also very complex. 2 back handsprings, 1.5 twists.
That is an exceptional performance from Amanda Yap. And absolutely, it is what she came here to produce. That would have been the key focus for her, delivering that beam performance. Well, she's got plenty of fans, Frank Stone. 11.95 is her score.
Our next representative for Wales on the floor is Emily Roper.
Emily Roper next to compete on the floor for Wales. Welsh champion on this apparatus. the Welsh floor champion, Emily Roper. And here is a score of consequence, 12.95 for Amanda Yap, the best score at the Commonwealth Games so far on the balance beam. Goes ahead of Philippa Buzutil of Malta. This is Alina Tan.
Very smooth Cossack sit position for her full turn. And that is an acrobatic series that is really the reverse of what many gymnasts do. The back tuck first, followed by the back handspring. And well done to her for saving that front somersault. On balance beam, when it comes to wobbles, the judges actually categorize them, small, medium, and big. A small wobble will cost 1/10 of a point in execution. More consequential wobbles, perhaps 3/10 of a point, and the really big ones, 1/2 a point.
Good save at the end as she was just slightly leaning backwards, coming down to ground. Calmly handled. Lots of really calm gymnastics across the board from Singapore on beam. Good team spirit.
I would have loved my friend Hunter.
Emily Roper scoring 11.8. Welsh are going to be at the top of the leaderboard. Well, here we go, the last Welsh performer on floor, and it is the silver medalist at the World Championships last year. The first Welsh gymnast to win an individual medal at World Championship level. Be prepared for style and substance.
and doing them incredibly proud.
Yes, I think the floor leaderboard might be about to change. 10.75, Alina Tan's balance beam score. Singaporean team in second place at the moment. Now we go to Emma Yap on beam. She won the Singapore Open beam title very recently.
Very good Cossack spin, a double turn. Aerial to jumps, neatly handled. Good save on the switch leap. Side aerial. What we haven't seen from her yet is an acrobatic sequence of two elements connected that are flighted. She showed us a single back handspring. But that's not enough on its own to meet the requirement. It might be that her difficulty is going to be a bit lower because of that.
Powerful dismount, just bouncing backwards. She will head next to floor, where she was hugely successful at the Southeast Asian Games last year. Loved watching Emma Yap on floor at the Birmingham 2022 Games. There is the top score so far on floor. Ruby Evans 12.9. She has 3 penalty tenths.
That's for the out of bounds on her second line of tumbling, I believe.
But the difficulty score 5.4.
Some of the strongest and most complex tumbling we've seen so far, opening up with the double layout and closing with that gorgeous double tuck.
This is a reminder of the switch leap mount beginning for Emma Yap. Good stability there.
And a reminder of just how precise a gymnast has to be in executing these turns. Dismount in case of over-rotation. She holds the tuck position so long that she's completely moving backwards as her feet hit the mat.
The oldest and most experienced in the team at 21. Only one who's already competed at the Games. 9.9 for her. Well done to Singapore. They've moved ahead of the Scottish team into second place. We said keep an eye on them. Wales top of the leaderboard and top by a good margin. So really going into the last subdivision, if things continue in this next rotation as they have been going so far, it's Wales who will be the team that everyone is looking to get beyond. Very competitive effort from the Welsh, very strong. Malta, who were the top performers after the first couple of subdivisions, they are at the moment in 4th place. Vault will be the home of Scotland and Wales. A chance for Wales to get some good scores.
Yes, indeed. Ruby Evans, she really has 2 specialties across the 4 apparatus. There's floor, of course. There's also vault, where she shows a double twisting Yurchenko. That's what she has been training in the lead up to this competition.
And what's very nice is that we get to finish the whole of the subdivision with Emma Yap performing on floor. Just a nice bit of artistry, of creativity.
Gymnasts, your warm-up starts now.
Scotland then getting ready to embark upon their vault rotation, the last rotation. And I can tell you that coming up in the next subdivision, we've got the top 4 nations after Birmingham 2022. It was South Africa, who were 4th at the last games, their best ever finish. They will be paired with Team England, who won the gold medal, and we'll have Canada and Australia. They will be paired in the manner that Scotland are paired with Wales. Canada and Australia. Goodness me, what quality of gymnasts and what experience of gymnasts in those teams. I wonder if the Canadians can make it a double. Only one way to find out, everyone. Canadian men's team victorious in yesterday's competition. The Welsh, winners of 1 medal in the women's team event. That was here in Glasgow in 2014. England have been on every single team podium, the only team to be in that position. Australia, the most successful, they won 4 in a row from 1998 to 2010. Canada and England have each won it 3 times. Scottish men's team were of such entertainment to the fans in their final rotation yesterday. Gave it a really good go on the horizontal bar, got very close. Great to have you with us. I hope that you are enjoying all of the competition from Glasgow 2026, whatever it is you've been able to watch across however many sports. It's just lovely, isn't it, to be part of the atmosphere at multi-sport games.
The entire city has been incredible.
Then one would say it's Glasgow, it always is. I mean, it is one of the world's great cities, isn't it?
It is, and the friendliness of everyone has been so striking. They've been hugely welcoming.
It is a friendly city. It's a very chatty city. It's the kind of city where it's very easy to have lovely conversations with strangers and just to feel a sense of warmth about the place. It's very genuine. Let us begin this last rotation. Pratishta Samanta of India, her final performance for the team and in the individual qualification process. obviously carrying some discomfort into this competition with all of the protective taping on her leg. She's had a great go at this today, Pratishta Samanta. Let's have the whole Indian team. Lottie Smith at the vaulting table. Her last performance in the team final.
We'll be seeing a round-off entry vault from Lottie. This is the Yurchenko with full twist. Good on her for getting that around. It can be quite jarring on the ankles, this.
She felt it immediately.
A difficult landing, but such determination not to put a hand down, not to fall.
She is moving, but very gingerly.
The score coming through on floor for 10.75.
10.75 scored by Pratishta Samanta on floor.
Our next gymnast representing India on the floor is Nishita Riwani.
Ashita Rivalia, the next gymnast to represent India on floor. Taught in the performing arts is to commit to what you're doing. That was choreography that she absolutely embraced. Lovely to watch. 11.9 for Lottie Smith, but what we really hope more than anything else is that she's okay. Ava McFarlane.
Once more, Yurchenko style vault.
Also has a difficult landing. And it has been such a high-intensity day for Team Scotland. And I just remind you of all that Ava McFarlane has endured and all of the incredible determination she has shown to get back to being an all-around gymnast. She couldn't have tried harder, she couldn't have given more, she couldn't have been more committed to the team calls. It's like a gymnast who really enjoyed being out there and performing that exercise.
The dance steps were so memorable. You're absolutely right.
Nice.
10.3 is that McFarlane's score. Ellie Cheetham, silver medalist at the Scottish Championships on vault.
Very powerful. Yurchenko with a full twist. Really well done. Absolutely right.
Really well done, Ellie Cheetham, full stop on a triumphant return 6 years after retirement.
Nice for her to end the day with a clean, solid vault like that.
10.35, the score awarded to Shita Devalia. Nishka Agarwal of India, their last gymnast on floor. The Indian team, a clear indication of the progress that they've made and the hope for the future. 12.7 Ellie Cheetham's vault score. Vaulting now for Scotland, Crystal Lake, indicating that she will perform the Yurchenko 1.5 twist.
The most ambitious vault we have seen from a Scottish gymnast. And wonderfully executed.
That will do her all-around prospects the world of good.
What makes the Yurchenko with 1.5 twists so difficult is its blind landing. She doesn't see the mat before her feet hit the ground. There's also the extra half twist of rotation to get through. You need a really good push off the table. She's got great technique on this vault, and so she gets that. Plenty of time to make the twist, open out her arms, and go for a quality landing. Back handspring onto the horse, and then 1.5 twists off. Keeps it well within bounds as well.
Subdivision 3
One suspects a very positive number is coming here from the judges' table.
She locked in. She locked in. Come on, hit with a 13. 13 or 5.
There we go, 13.05 for Crystal Lake. That has now put her at the top of all-around qualification as things stand, but with the gymnasts from Wales and Singapore to come. Mishka Algaval picks up an 8.75 score. And now we come to Singapore and to Wales. The Singaporeans on floor. The Welsh at the vaulting table, and they've got the potential to pick up some big numbers.
We're going to see the hardest vault of this competition from Ruby Evans. The same that we saw from Crystal Lake, but with an extra half twist. And that extra half twist makes the vault substantially more difficult. She'll be rewarded in the score if she can stand it up.
She'll be aiming for a 5.0 degree of difficulty to her vault, 4.6 for Crystal Lake, 4.2 for many of the gymnasts because they perform the full twisting Yurchenko, so you get it effectively an extra 8/10 for a further full twist. Emma Go performing on floor for Singapore, their last rotation. I believe that was the fifth element in the fourth rotation of the third subdivision from Emma Go. Great bit of music.
The Welsh can further distance themselves from their competitors. It starts out with a lovely full twisting Yurchenko by Frank Stone.
So that is the 4.2 degree of difficulty vault.
She makes this look just effortless. Watch the body position in the air. The layout is beautiful. The twist really efficient. Her leg form is excellent. Everything locked out, the toes pointed, and a really well-controlled hop. Really the only visible deduction. And she's not going to lose very much for that. This is an exhibition of good vaulting technique.
Those of you who are new to watching vaulting, just keep that in your mind. Remember how that vault looked. Because what we anticipate from Ruby Evans is a whole extra twist. 13.2, a 9 for execution. Great work. Now, being indicated on the board for Abby Roper is the double twisting Yurchenko.
She's quite capable of it. There it is.
Extra twist on the body. Almost impossible to see if you're new to watching it, but the replay makes it very clear. 11.15. Emma Go's score. We'll come back to that in due course. With plenty more opportunities to see a double twisting Yurchenko. Now to Amanda Yap. Applause for Amanda Yap of Singapore from the crowd in the arena at Glasgow 2026. .45 for the double twisting Yurchenko from Abby Roper. That's the one for the team. This is for her bid for the vault final.
It's a very complex vault.
It's a very good one.
She handled that really well. Another beautiful piece of vaulting. Again, with the round-off entry, this time she does a half turn before her hands touch the table, and then a front flip with a half twist off. So there's a lot going on. And look at her leg form. The legs never come apart. The toes remain pointed. She navigates the half onto the table and then the half twist at the end of the flip really well.
Two very high quality vaults from Roper.
Yeah, let's go. Oh my god, my posture.
12.5 for
Second
Amanda
highest.
Yap, the second best score we've seen so far on floor. Abby Roper, 13.275 average. 12.7 for the second vault. That's the best vault score we've seen. Emily Roper is next. She is indicating a full twisting Yurchenko as her opening vault. Let's see.
That's exactly what it is. Very much like what we saw from Frank Stone. Really good in the air. And a well-controlled landing also. Very confident vaulting from the Welsh women.
Alina Tan, penultimate gymnast for Singapore on floor. She won the Singapore Open on floor last year. Performances on floor, Singapore, very much as they were in Birmingham 4 years ago, marked out for their style, their individuality, and their happiness with how it's all going. So 13.1 for Emily Roper's first vault. That for the team, this might be more difficult.
Oh, beautiful that. And what makes it great is the way that she holds the layout position throughout the second flight of this vault off the table. This is similar to what we saw earlier, but that one was tucked. This one laid out, round off, half turn,
Come on, Ray.
front layout, half.
Come on, Ray. You got this.
13.1.
Come on.
So in case you're wondering, how does 13.1 plus 13.1 divided by 2 equal 13.3? It's because she gets the 2/10 bonus for the different directions of the vaults. Now, Ruby Evans, big vault coming.
Double twisting Yurchenko.
Huge, easy looking.
She just launches off the table. The great technique that she has on this vault gives her a really big piece of air to work with. Watch her snap right there as she absorbs the table through the shoulders. There. And she just rockets upwards.
11.9, Alina Tan. And now to the Singapore Open floor champion, Emma Yap, who thrilled the Birmingham crowd in 2022 with her lovely, sincere expressivity. forget that you're watching a series of compulsory things that must be done, of tumbling passes that must be performed, of requirements. You just see an artistic display performed by a gymnast who's a lovely dancer.
That's very well put. The tumbling is really good as well. This is her middle pass, 1.5 twist, right to a punch front. She opens up and closes the routine with double flipping somersaults. This is the tuck double back, and that's what she finishes with. Keeps her knees together throughout the sequence. And just a little wink at the judges right at the end.
Well done, Team Singapore.
Oh my god. Okay, wait there.
Ruby Evans, look at that score, 14.05. The Welsh are serious contenders in this team competition.
Hold it. One more. Drag it. Right, can you take that? Other way.
The Welsh have averaged just under 12.8 per exercise. Emma Yap, 12.2. That's the 4th best score that we've seen on floor so far. That might not be the only selfie that they will. They'll probably get a better one later. Somebody switched the light off at the wrong time, but they've lit up the competition. Might not be the only selfie we get from the Welsh. Wales in the lead, and really in the lead. Scotland second, Singapore third, 1 subdivision to come. The Welsh have thrown down the gauntlet. Ruby Evans, the strongest performer in the all-around qualification so far. Singapore's Amanda Yap in 2nd place. A maximum of 2 gymnasts per Commonwealth Member Association can get into the 18-strong all-around competition. So there are some gymnasts here who would not be ranked because there are 2 teammates above them. Vault qualification is going very well for the Welsh. The top 8 get into the final, and the ropers are in very good order. In uneven bars qualification, it is Yuliwan of Malaysia who remains at the top, but the best performer in this subdivision was Emily Roper. Beam qualification is favouring Amanda Yap, the top performer. Floor qualification sees World Championship silver medalist Ruby Evans at the top of the pack, 4/10 ahead of Singapore's Amanda Yap. Fascinating entertainment. One subdivision still to go. The women's team final. At the Commonwealth Games, we have the last subdivision to come. Welcome to the setting of the arena and welcome to what is set to be a fantastic session of competition. Here we go, we have got the last moments of the team final taking place, the women's team final. It's also individual qualification. We've got the top 4 teams about to make their way out onto the competition floor. The top 4 from Birmingham 2022. Will they be in that position when everything now comes down to the Glasgow 2026 final? Let's see what they can do. Here is South Africa. Representing South Africa, we have Naveen Daries. Zelmi Daries. Ule Leko. Caitlin Rooskrantz and Karma Vizochi. So just the 4 gymnasts that are actually there. Bule Leko is the reserve gymnast that is not scheduled to compete. Team England. Team England, the gold medalists in 2022. Shante Eva Manqua, Shanakay Grant, who's come in as a late replacement, Ali Elite, Abby Martin, and Ruby Stacey, the English team who have always been on the podium.
And starting on uneven bars,
Australia, real contenders, expected to make a push, not just for the podium, but for top spot. Georgia Godwin, Kate McDonald, Ruby Pass, Brianna Scott and Emily Whitehead, their team. Proud to wear the green and gold. Australia, who were the silver medalists last time. And Canada, who won the men's competition yesterday and looking to do the double. Ellie Black, Order of Canada. Gabrielle Black. Leah Monica Fontaine. Elisa Guerrier-Calixte. And Leah Reddick. Welcome everyone to the arena in Glasgow at the 2026 Commonwealth Games. And welcome to the conclusion of the women's team competition. This is the last subdivision and it's the one containing all the highest ranked Commonwealth member associations based on the Birmingham 2022 Games. Now that said, the standard has really been set by Wales. We'll come back to them soon, but we're going to start with Australia on the uneven bars. A lot of attention will be given there to Kate McDonald. Then we'll have the Canadian team afterwards. So Australia and Canada are paired. The first half of each rotation will be Australia. The second half of each rotation even will be Canada. And over at the vaulting table, South Africa, who were fourth at the last edition of the Games, will begin, and they will be followed by Team England. Wonderful to have you with us, wherever you're watching from, whoever it is that you're supporting at Glasgow 2026. This is going to be absolutely fascinating. Ollie Hogman here with Blythe Lawrence alongside me. There are a lot of serious contenders.
This could be a very tight team competition. A lot of people have been very impressed by Australia, by Canada, by England, the way that they've trained, South Africa as well. There's a question mark around South Africa a bit, and that is because Caitlin Rooskrantz did not participate in podium training the other day. So this is really the first time that she is going to show us her gymnastics in the arena setting. Now, she is highly experienced, having been to the Commonwealth Games before and several World Championships, not to mention the Olympic Games. And so it should be no problem for her, but we don't really have a sense of where she is in terms of her fitness for the routines that she is going to show. We'll get an indication off the bat. And for Australia and England and Canada, there's some wonderful stories to be told. The returns to the Commonwealth stage of both Georgia Godwin and Ellie Black. There is something that unites them. They have a wonderful friendship. Both of them have overcome injuries and adversity in their journey toward this Games. And for England as well, interesting with Shanakay Grant coming in for Tasia James at the last moment. She too has not had the chance to train in the arena. So we will see what we get.
Well, you've run through all of the possibilities fantastically. Now all we have to do is let the final happen. And let's see. Good luck to all of them. And we begin with a great gymnast in the form of Caitlin Rooskrantz. South Africa, 4th place in 2022. Here is a 2-time Olympian and already a Commonwealth Games medalist.
Accustomed to big stages. So just a simple Yurchenko layout vault tonight.
Now, as we look back at this, let's quickly go over the rules of the team competition. 5 gymnasts as a maximum in the team. 4 gymnasts as a maximum actually performing on each apparatus in each rotation. 3 scores will count. So effectively it's a 5-4-3 system. If you therefore put 4 gymnasts up on each apparatus, you don't have to, you can put only 3 up. But if you put 4 up, you will lose the lowest score. That will be discarded. Australia begin their quest for the podium in the women's team competition at the Games here in Glasgow. Now, an important thing to know here is that the Welsh have already performed and are the leading nation. They were in the previous subdivision. If you are scoring over 12.8 per routine, you're in line to beat the Welsh. Here is Brianna Scott.
Australia certainly has the difficulty on the uneven bars to get that 12.8 average. Lovely opening pike Jaeger. Pay attention to the way that she holds handstands, but also the smoothness of all of her transitions. Classic Shaposhnikova up to the high bar. This is effortless looking gymnastics from Brianna Scott. Winding up, full twisting, double leg dismount.
Great opening from Australia, courtesy of the experienced Brianna Scott. Caitlin Rooskrantz, a 12.3 score for a vault of not huge complexity. Well executed though it was. The next for South Africa is Zelmi Daries.
And it's the same vault we saw from Caitlin Rooskrantz, but with a twist and in the tucked position. I believe that she did not actually intend to do that as a tuck, but felt that something was off in her approach to the table and made a quick correction. She's flashed that she intends to do this as a layout, and indeed, she was really compressed coming onto the table off the springboard. We'll have another look at it. Usually she gets a lot more bounce. Look how bent her elbows are as she comes onto the table. Normally, they're straight. The arms need to be straight in order to get a good push and get the gymnast into the air to complete the second flight. So quick thinking on her part.
I'm not sure who's better than this one. Yeah.
Plenty of support for the Australian team and Ruby Pass in particular. .11.5, Zelmi Daries. And this is a great beginning for Australia, 13.15. Brianna Scott has really delivered. I'll just remind you of that 12.8 average for the Welsh. That's a little bit of a crude metric because that is obviously across an entire competition. You get ebbs and flows in different rotations. Ruby Pass next for Australia, a 19-year-old.
She's one of their most capable all-around competitors. Starts off with a Weiler kip. And then clear hip uprise Kachev. An extremely complex maneuver. And very difficult. The Van Leven transition, showing flight up to the high bar. Toe Stalder with full turn, wonderfully done right into her double tuck this time.
The Australians starting purposefully. Would we expect anything other than that? South Africa over at the vaulting table. Naveen Daries, older sister of Zelmi. She competes at her 3rd Commonwealth Games, but her first with her sister in the squad.
And there is the full twisting layout Yurchenko.
The South Africans are in the slightly different position compared to the rest of the teams of having only 4 gymnasts who are competing. Ule Nleko is the reserve, but she's not actually out here on the competition floor.
Good mechanics on this vault by Naveen Daries. Just a slight pike position as she goes towards the floor in what we call the 2nd flight. The 1st flight actually happens between the round off and the back handspring onto the table. And then the business end of the vault comes with the full twist at the end.
Support for Karma Vizohi, who is going to be competing in just a moment for South Africa. 12.8, 8.6 execution score for Naveen Daries. Has got the go signal to perform, Karma Vizohi. There we go. 18-year-old debutant at the Commonwealth Games. Good luck to her. She's got support in the crowd and support all over the Commonwealth.
That's a super para style vault. Onto the table a different way than what we've seen from her teammates. Also with a full twist in the air before she lands. It's done in the tucked position. So there's a quarter turn onto the table and then a back tuck with a full twist before she lands.
Gonna have fun.
For Ruby Pass, 13.4.
No matter what happens.
5.5 difficulty score.
What
This
does
is
that
a
say?
fine beginning for the Australian team. They're well and truly where they should be. And look who's next. Here she is. The reigning all-around champion in women's artistic gymnastics at the Commonwealth Games. It is the one and only Georgia Godwin. A true great of this sport.
There has been such a journey between that moment in Birmingham 4 years ago and this one. But for the moment, we will just say she's back.
Good hold, well saved.
A slight struggle getting up to this element and into the Straddlejager. But this is her experience coming out. Many other less seasoned gymnasts would have come right off the bars, but not Georgia Godwin.
The double layout to conclude. She made light of a very complicated situation.
We say it so often in gymnastics. It's not what you lose in execution, but what you gain by saving the skills and not coming off the apparatus. She disguised the problems very well. This is the opening of the routine, the Weiler kip, and then the Maloney up to the high bar. She takes a couple giants, winding into the double layout dismount. There's another look at the Van Leeuwen transition. Toe on Shaposhnikova with half turn. And a very well flighted double layout. Just the tiniest of hops on the landing.
Come Visohi, 11.55.
Someone to get my spread.
Such a complicated journey
Okay, you
for
got
Georgia
it.
Godwin between
Okay, come on.
the games of Birmingham and the games in Glasgow, including a very serious injury, a torn left Achilles that kept her out of the Olympiad in Paris. She made a promise to herself that she would always retire on her terms, kept that in mind when considering whether she would or wouldn't come back from the Achilles injury. Well, she came back, thank goodness for the gymnastics world. What would we do without her? I would imagine there are a lot of Australia fans watching this, very content, and I use content deliberately tongue-in-cheek about the start that the team has made. I think they'll be delighted with the start that the team has made.
Where are they?
12.8 for Georgia Godwin.
Come on, Kate, you got it!
Let's go.
Well, it's rather useful when your last performer on the uneven bars is the gymnast who came 5th at the World Championships last year. Kate MacDonald is capable of extraordinary things on this apparatus. And we'll just step away from our focus on the team for a moment to think about her own focus on getting into the uneven bars final, for which this is the qualification exercise. She missed out in Birmingham. She really wants this.
She is one of the smoothest and most elegant swingers you will ever see on the uneven bars. And she has a release skill that is second to none. Look at the height on that kacha. And she combines it with a pack salto. Great Van Leeuwen. And the dismount in combination.
Job done, and she knows it.
Smashed it.
I love bars. I love gymnastics. We love
Australia absolutely meaning business.
A lot of people 4 years ago had tabbed Kate MacDonald as a potential Commonwealth Games champion on the uneven bars. It didn't work out that way. Instead, she won balance beam. And here she is back again and displaying true excellence. She is known the world over for how she does that Kachev release move. Such height, such flight, such extension. And in combination, no less. The dismount too is in combination. Toe stalder with full turn right into full twisting double tuck.
And that is so important for her score, what she performs by connecting elements, by combining things.
All of the elements, not just on the uneven bars, but on all of the apparatus, have a difficulty value that's assigned to them. And on bars, beam, and floor, you get credit, but you also get credit when you connect difficult maneuvers together.
And that is how she has produced a 6.0 difficulty score for a 14.2.
I'm sorry. Yay! Hooray!
Fabulous from Kate MacDonald. She's waited 4 years to produce that performance. Well, that is a very interesting start made by the Australian team. Now things change and we see Team Canada warming up on the uneven bars. Welcome to all of you who are supporting the Canadian team. I'm sure you're in very good spirits after the men's gold yesterday. At the moment then, Australia are ahead of the Welsh. Now, the Welsh are not performing in this subdivision. They performed in the previous subdivision. So what we're going to do throughout the competition is show you the scores accumulating as though the Welsh were performing with these gymnasts. So instead of seeing a total score for Wales, you'll see their score increase in line with the increasing scores of the other teams in this particular subdivision. It will give you a more meaningful sense of how the competition is evolving. But suffice to say, keep Wales in the back of your mind, because they might end up in the front of your mind when we are done and dusted here. They have produced a score good enough to contend for a place on the podium. Now, Blythe, on the subject of gymnastics greats, we've talked a lot about Georgia Godwin. Let's talk about Ellie Black. She and Georgia Godwin have talked a lot.
They have, and when Georgia Godwin was recovering from her injury and getting to the age of 27, 28 years old, she was actually thinking that maybe she was too old for gymnastics. And so she reached out to Ellie Black, who she thought might be able to sympathize, who had been there herself. And in Georgia Godwin's words, Ellie Black and her encouragement is the reason that she is here at these games.
There are many people who are where they are in life because of Ellie Black. Good luck to Team England as they begin their quest for a place on the podium. It's Shantae Eva-Manqua, the 17-year-old Bristolian. Nice beginning.
A really solid full twisting Yurchenko to lead off Team England's efforts here.
She posted a picture of herself as a child last month, beaming at home in her gymnastics kit when announcing she'd been selected for the Commonwealth Games squad.
Control is the word for this vault.
She trained at the same club as her childhood hero, Claudia Fragapane. She didn't do too badly at the Commonwealth Games.
And actually, she was at the club when Fragapane did her heroics in Glasgow in 2014. And she says it was a very inspiring time for her, even though she was just a child.
Gabrielle Black from Ontario, a debutant at the Commonwealth Games. Great acquisition for the Canadian team. She's added so much.
And notice that she's finishing these pirouetting elements right on top of the bar in that straight handstand at vertical. This is very good work. She's already shown us two exceptional release moves, a Jaeger and a Kachev.
Oh, unfortunate as the hands go down after throughout that exercise. You will really struggle to see better handstands anywhere than from her. Shantaiva Manqua, 12.7. Now to England's Ruby Stacey. Silver medalist on vault at the English Championships this year.
This is going to be Yurchenko with 1.5 twists.
She gets unbelievable height, doesn't she?
And she finds a really good landing. In the last half twist, she can sometimes be a little compressed, but she controlled it all the way through tonight. And for a tiny hop like that on the landing, she's only going to get maybe a 1/10 of a point deduction from the E-score. And for the team, it's quite significant that the difficulty here starts from 4.6. That's 4/10 higher than a lot of the gymnasts that we have seen in this competition.
It means so much to her to be there. Ruby Stacey, she was the reserve for 2022. She will be vaulting twice. That first vault solely for team success. Good score for the team, 13.25. Very good score. Execution score of beyond 8.5. Now she'll vault a second time. This will be, we expect, a significantly lower difficulty vault. Will be enough to earn her a place in the vault final.
Very interesting. She's gone for a round off, half on, front tuck off. It's not a vault that we see very often.
11.6 for Gabrielle Black. That really was going ever so well until the very final stages. Now what a sensation at the last World Championships. Leah Monica Fontaine, she will finish on vault, where she won the silver medal in Indonesia in October of last year. Now on the bars. Oh!
And right away she comes off on her opening element. The toe stalder with full turn. Let's see if she repeats it, because she may need to do that if she is to get the difficulty. She does not. Straight into the Maloney, and combined with a Ginger, there will be an extra 1/10 or 2 for that combination. Back salto solid. And the Van Leeuwen transition. She needs to be aggressive on this dismount.
And she was!
Very, very nice.
Well, there's a fairly well-known Commonwealth Games and gymnastics legend watching on.
The ring specialist, Courtney Tulloch.
Lovely to see him here. Ruby Stacey, 13.025 the average score. Ali Elite for Team England.
Once more, Yurchenko with a full twist. Simply explosive off the table. And for all of her power, she really finesses the landing. She gets tremendous pop off the table, and she finishes the twist quite early, allowing her to set herself up for an excellent landing.
There are lots of stories at these games of gymnasts who have taken time away and come back, a lot of them at later stages of their careers. she shouldn't be forgotten as part of this, despite still being in a very early stage of her career. Ali Elite also retired and returned in stunning fashion last year at the English Championships, winning the all-around title. It's a fantastic story. 12.2 is the score awarded to Leah Monica Fontaine. Just 16, Leah Reddick of Canada. She's from Oakville in Ontario, makes her debut at the Commonwealth Games.
Gorgeous front stalder with half turn, combined with her Maloney transition. And then straight back down to the low bar with the pack salto. Toe stalder to Van Leven. Well-constructed routine this. Her release skill, a kacha. Dismount, double tuck, and stuck.
What a delightful series of precisely executed elements from Leah Reddick. How's that for a Commonwealth Games debut performance? Ali Elite, a 9.2 execution score, 13.4. Now we expect the difficulty to be dialed up. Here is Abby Martin. She will likely do a double twisting Yurchenko vault with a 5.0 difficulty score.
Nicely executed from Abby Martin. The same thing that we have seen from several of her teammates, but as you mentioned, Ollie, with an extra full rotation. And compared to the full twisting Yurchenko, this has 8/10 more in difficulty. It's a lot to get done in the air. You have to be very efficient with the twist. She's quite powerful. Always gets great distance from the table with her vaults.
Her development as a gymnast over the last few years has been sensational.
She went from competing at the Junior World Championships back in 2023, basically straight onto the senior team and major international competition. The European Championships in 2024, and then the Olympic Games.
And there, a youngster in the crowd, just living every moment of it. And somewhere in this crowd is going to be someone who competes at a future Commonwealth Games. We don't know who they are. They don't know who they are yet. But it will happen. 13.55, big score for the team, for England's Abby Martin. Now this is purely for her own vault final prospects.
Another round-off entry vault. This one with a half turn onto the table, and then we have twist off.
That smile tells you that her prospects are very good for the vault final. Leah Reddick picks up a 12.65 score.
Come on, Ellie.
And we welcome back to the Commonwealth Games, Ellie Black, Order of Canada. 3 times a gold medalist already at the Games.
Uneven bars was once upon a time Ellie Black's weakest apparatus. And today, it is amongst her strongest. Shaposhnikova transition, clear hip with half turn, and a Yezheva back down to the low bar. Such intricate work, and so powerfully delivered from Ellie Black.
She's back at the Commonwealth Games, one of the all-time greats, Ellie Black. Ellie Black, gold medalist on the beam in Glasgow in 2014. Abby Martin, 13.6 average. That's the best that we've seen from any vaulter so far. We'll keep you up to speed with the all-around and apparatus qualifiers later on, but for now, let's look back at things in life that are designed to make you happy. Ellie Black at the Commonwealth Games.
Marvelous complexity in this routine. The way that she works into and out of these release skills and transitions gives her lots of difficulty. And you always know an Ellie Black bar routine just because the uniqueness of the elements that she has chosen, all strung together, gives it a look that is really like none other.
But is that not a wonderful metaphor for the career of Ellie Black? She has constructed an uneven bars routine in the way that she has constructed her entire gymnastics career, uniquely hers.
Exactly.
And that's why she has the respect, nay, the love of the gymnastics world. You know, I've heard she's quite popular in Canada. 13.85 for Ellie Black. Brilliantly done. Second strongest score on the uneven bars. This is where we find ourselves. It is close. Look at that. Just about half a mark between Australia, England and Wales, with England and Wales tied for second place. Canada in fourth position. I just remind you that Wales are not competing in this subdivision. They performed earlier, and we will show you their scores evolving as though they were performing alongside the teams in medal contention here. And congratulations to all of the other teams that have played their part in this team final. Watching on now in the final of the 4 subdivisions. It's great to have you with us in the arena at Glasgow 2026. South Africa will start on the uneven bars, and there's one particular name the world will be watching for.
Caitlin Rooskrantz, an apparatus finalist at the last Commonwealth Games. Her bar routine is renowned the world over.
The first South African gymnast to win gold in a World Gymnastics competition. That was the Hungary World Cup of 2019. She's been around for a long time. On the beam, we've got a lot here to focus on, a huge amount to focus on actually. We're starting with the reigning Commonwealth Games champion, Kate McDonald. We've got Ellie Black coming up later, Ellie Black who won the title in Glasgow. We've got Georgia Godwin in that. It's just everywhere you look, it's brilliant.
And it's joint second. One country is Wales on 40.2.
And on the same score, 40.2 after one rotation is England.
And look who we've got there, Ruby Evans. Deserves a decent seat, having been a major part of the Welsh team's success. World Championship medalist, looking to be a Commonwealth Games team medalist, and a lot more than that in the days ahead. Is it safe to say, Blythe, it's going to be a very nervous set of Welsh gymnasts sitting up in the crowd?
Oh, I should think so.
Probably more nervous than when they were competing.
Perhaps. One thing we can say for the Welsh, they did everything they possibly could to get themselves into contention to be on the podium at the end of competition here.
More members of Team Wales now arriving and just relaxing. How we love watching Jemima Taylor's performance on floor. How we always love watching her on floor. The last time the Welsh were on the podium, 2014 in the women's team competition. Now, where was that? Oh, that's right. Happy return to Glasgow might be on the cards for Team Wales.
Kate McDonald doing some visualization before going out on the balance beam.
Always has the headphones, doesn't she, before she performs. Here is the reigning Commonwealth Games balance beam champion, Kate McDonald. She started brilliantly on the uneven bars with a 14.2.
She's been having a good spell of competitions. Was out on the World Cup circuit earlier this year, competing on uneven bars, balance beam, and floor exercise. Made a small correction on her flight series. All of the gymnasts on balance beam have to show at least 2 acrobatic elements that show flight, so back handsprings or flips, or sometimes front handsprings combined with front flips. The full turn on one leg, also a requirement on beam. Many of the gymnasts opting to do it in the sit position, also known as the Cossack position. So far, this has been what you would expect of a Commonwealth Games champion on balance beam. Real composure being displayed from McDonald here.
What a beginning to Kate McDonald's competition. 2 routines, 2 super displays. She said that she never thought in her wildest dreams she'd be here at a second Commonwealth Games. In her own words, and they were her words, she said the old girl still has more to give. She's not quite 26, just to point out. Right at the early stages of her senior career is Karma Vizochi. She's been a junior African championship medalist.
Her release skill, a ginger. A bail to toe shoot, right back up to the high bar. There's her full turn. And a double tuck dismount. Nice display from her.
Really calm looking from Karma Vizochi. She is somebody who can handle pressure. She got 7 distinctions in her high school matriculation exams at the end of last year.
After that, an uneven bars routine like this is probably nothing. In all seriousness, it is very important for a young gymnast to have experiences like this where they are in a major international competition and experiencing everything about the setting, the lights, the staging.
Kate McDonald's score is 12.9. That's the second best that we've seen on the apparatus. Only 500s behind Singapore's Amanda Yap. Georgia Godwin, who won the silver medal at the last games on this apparatus behind McDonald.
A switch leap mount, straight into jumps. Just a floated side somi. Back handspring layout to 2 feet. The fact that she lands with both feet at the same time Makes it a more difficult element than the layout step outs that we see from a lot of gymnasts. Nice connection with the leap to the side aerial. And for these little wobbles, she's only going to be deducted 1/10 or maybe 2/10 of a point for each one. It's quite minimal. Dismount is a complex round up double pike.
And delivered with power. Celebrated appropriately by Georgia Godwin.
It's like she was never away.
To get some skills, but that's okay.
Doesn't matter.
Karma Vizochi scores 11.65. She must be looking around at the legends of the sport that are out there on the field of play and thinking, I can't believe I'm here with them. Well, celebrate it, you've earned it. Naveen Dari's on the uneven bars. Gold medalist at the African Championships.
Sets the tone with a really nice handstand. Maloney straight to Ginger. An important combination for her difficulty. Toe stalled her blind. Great extension on the Jaeger. And just a simple layout dismount.
Naveen Dari's will be attempting to find a place in the all-around final. She was 6th last time in Birmingham, the highest finish in the women's competition in South African history at the Games. Didn't she have wonderful extension on the Jaeger somersault?
That was exactly the way that gymnasts aspire to do that element. Once more, worth a look.
We're getting some very compelling beam scores coming in now. 12.9 for Georgia Godwin.
Come on, Rubes.
Only 2 per Commonwealth Member Association can make it into the individual finals. Here's Ruby Pass.
Beautiful mount sequence, the switch leap onto the beam, a switch half, and then a back handspring. There will be a difficulty bonus added to that because of the connection of those 3 elements. Front handspring, front tuck, that is her acrobatic sequence. And alas, she is going to take a full mark deduction for that, even though she didn't technically come off the beam. If you have to grab it and support yourself on the apparatus, that does count as a fall. But to be honest, in some ways, for the gymnast and the audience, it's actually a mark of how good she is.
Full hard to stay on there as well. At this point in the competition that the leaders coming into subdivision number 4, the Welsh, had a few wobbly moments, but then they pulled it back. Particularly strong at the end on vault. With the performance of Ruby Pass, Naveen Durry's
Let's go,
12.05.
Kate!
Now we know that the preparation process in recent days has not been ideal for Caitlin Rooskrantz, but let's see what she's able to do here on the uneven bars. Bronze medalist at the last games.
And this is her showpiece apparatus. She begins with a Shaposhnikova, right into a Bahard wash, the pack salto that's ubiquitous but with a full twist. There's a little off handstand finishing that toe stalder fold, but it's not a big issue. The Van Leeuwen, very well done. Line change and a wonderful Pike Jaeger. And she has added that. But she's in a bit of trouble here. She has to kick off, and she's trying to get to the half turn. And then she'd be into her dismount sequence. She might have been a little bit thrown by the addition of the toe-on Pike Kachev that she showed after the Pike Jaeger. Let's have another look at it. The gymnast has to reach the handstand and then change their grip, have enough momentum to do the half turn, and that's what she's struggling with here.
She holds her dismount really well. She did almost everything right in that display. It's such a bold routine. There is a lot of complex gymnastics going on.
Absolutely. The difficulty, Tara, when she makes it is really high. It's a special piece of gymnastics.
For any of you who need a little moment of clarification about how all of that works, the difficulty is what starts from 0 and works upwards. It's positively assessed by a panel of judges, and the execution is the opposite. It starts at 10 and works downwards based on mistakes or errors from the ideal delivery of the skill. That's assessed by a different panel of judges.
That would have been 13-7.
Ruby Pass scores 11.7. She's not due to perform on floor and will return for vault. It is the turn of Brianna Scott. She's been a World Cup medalist this season on the beam. Two-time consecutive all-around national champion.
Authoritative switch lead mount. Round off, lay out to 2 feet. That's what she's chosen to do for her acrobatic series. She's being really aggressive on all of these elements, and that's great to see. Sometimes gymnasts get into trouble on balance beam when they get tentative. Front. She's been bursting with confidence throughout this double pike.
Listen to those cheers from the Australians on the sidelines.
That was
Well, I imagine many of you Australians watching didn't hear them because they were drowned out by your own cheers. had an excellent first half of the competition, the silver medalist from last time.
And what this means is that Australia is not going to count a fall on balance beam. That could be very important later on.
We move to Zelmi Dariz of South Africa. She's twice been a medalist on this apparatus at continental level.
Lovely extension on her opening combination, the Maloney to the in-bar Ginger. Great height on her pike Jaeger too. And difficulty, unfortunately, on the full pirouette on the low bar. She taps her feet on the ground. I believe that will be a deduction of 0.3 of a point.
Does extremely well to build up the swing again and actually get through that, because you can only imagine the physical impact of having the connection with the ground.
And I must correct myself, because on uneven bars, if the feet brush the mat, it's 0.3 of a point. If the judges decide that she's actually hit the mat with her feet, that will be a full mark taken away from the execution score.
You did a good job.
Caitlin Rooskrantz picks up a 12.45 score. That would have been right up there had she not had the unintentional dismount. Kate McDonald, top performer so far on the apparatus.
Zelma Dariz emerging as a great uneven bars prospect for South Africa. She's displayed real growth on the apparatus over the last several months. And here's the issue that might be counted actually as not just a brush or touch, but support on the mat with the feet. We'll see.
It's a decision for the execution judges, who do not have the opportunity to repeatedly view it in slow motion as we do. And there's nothing like watching things in slow motion to really accentuate every single imperfection in gymnastics. That's the great luxury that we have in seeing how the execution is calculated. The judges are doing it in real time. So the score is 11.85, under 7 the execution score.
And that indicates they did take the full mark.
I usually do better. I'm just a girl.
Actually born in Singapore but grew up in Sydney, moved there when she was 7.
Please. I'll give you my best dance. I'll do it again for you.
Here's another look at her dismount. The double pike, the hardest dismount arguably being used in this competition, and it capped a great routine.
That is a super score, 13.6, easily the highest that we've seen on the apparatus. 5.6 difficulty, 8 execution. People have won world championship and Olympic titles with scores like that.
Look at that, 18.
Of course, it's only the qualification process, we should just point out, but she set herself up beautifully. We now move to the second half of the second rotation. This is Leah Reddick of Canada. And she has been a Pan American champion on this apparatus.
Beautiful round-off layout, step-out mount. The double turn in the sit position. Three elements in her flight series: back handspring, layout, step out. Very nicely handled. Double turn. Just a little wobble after that leaps combination. And that's the kind of thing that costs a gymnast 0.3 of a point. It's kind of a medium-sized wobble. So far, this has been really good. The dismount, 2.5 twists.
Leah Reddick of Canada, the Pan-American champion on beam in 2025. Do you know when the first time she won a balance beam final was? It was the Pan-American Championships in 2025.
Oh my!
Isn't that extraordinary? First beam victory in her career happened to be the Pan-American Championships. And the elite. Over for Team England on the uneven bars. Great to see her back.
Front giant through to Jaeger to lead off her routine. She too very sharp in the handstand department. Great control into the Maloney. Lovely, powerful toe shoot to the high bar. Dismount, toe on, front pike, half
And the elite of Heathrow Gymnastics Club has got one of her former teammates actually in the arena, Danusia Francis, who's doing the arena presenting, so she'll keep hearing her voice.
So good. Oh, your hand's so wet. That was great.
Team England has been very conscientious about working the handstands on uneven bars, and it comes out in this routine. Right there.
Leah Reddick, 12.7. Such a determined, hard-working young gymnast. And what inspiration she has. What an example she can learn from, that we can all learn from. Here's Ellie Black, champion on the beam in Glasgow 12 years ago.
And after that, a world championship medalist on this apparatus. She knows how to get it done here. Double spin, right into a full spin. It's a risky sequence. And like so much of Ellie Black's gymnastics, really unique. She has a great exit from her front flip as well. And she's been using this lately, the handstand into the back handspring and the layout step out. She says that it has helped her focus and get into that acrobatic series, doing the handstand. We see a lot of sideways movement on the balance beam. It's actually in the code of points that it is a requirement, and if a gymnast doesn't demonstrate it, there will be a 1/10 of a point deduction. For dismount, 2.5 twist.
A return to the city where she won the beam title at the 2014 Commonwealth Games. Different building, different stage of her career, but the class remains. Ali Elite, 12.45. It's going to take a little while for the picture to really become clear in this team final. Here's Abby Martin, medalist at the English Championships on this apparatus.
Clean toe stalder full, right to Maloney. And she's got a big booming catch-up that comes out of it, but oh! Something went awry on the grip change, and she's had to stop the routine, so that will be a full point taken away from the execution score.
That was an incredible recovery, because there was a total break in the kineticism. She had to hold herself on the bar, get the swing back, and went straight into the release and regrasp.
It's really good work before and after the mistake.
Just took a moment to make the right decision. And for all of the gymnasts who are looking to get into individual finals, they might have a moment like that, and then they've got to maximize everything. Got to get as much out of the routine as possible to keep the score as high as possible. 12.9, Ellie Black's beam score. We're getting a lot of 12.9s on beam at the moment. We are with Alissa Derrier-Calixte, the gymnast from Laval in Montreal. That's a very well-known gymnastics area.
Oh, yes. A lot of the Canadian team comes from Quebec and has for many years now.
Actually, you get so many in artistic sports from that part of Canada. Figure skaters, divers.
Great composure so far. And a really nice variety of elements too. The acrobatic series that she's chosen, one we don't see from a whole lot of gymnasts. And the same could be said for the leap series. Just as on uneven bars and floor exercise, the 8 most difficult elements in this routine are used to build the difficulty score. And this has been plenty difficult.
I don't know about you, but I felt so relaxed watching that. It never occurred to me that she might come off the apparatus.
That's the mark of a really well-perfected beam routine.
Bravo! Oh my God!
Abby Martin, 12.8.
Come on, Chan! Come on, Chan!
Shantave Amankwa. She's been a World Cup medalist on this apparatus.
Hop change into a forward stalder. She does it twice, adds the half turn to the second one. And then a stalder in Kachev. Really impressive so far from Shantave Amankwa. Stalder blind to a double front. Wonderful.
Such beautiful display. The long lines of the extended body contrasted with how she tucks the knees so tightly into the chest for the tuck position. It's a beautiful contrast and shows really correct footing.
That's fine. That's fine.
This is a routine that's being appreciated around the Commonwealth. Congratulations from the South African gymnasts as well. It's very easy to appreciate the artistic quality of this exercise. It's not often that we describe uneven bars as artistic, but this routine really fits the bill. The Stalder work, so elegant. And you're right, the way that she tucks into that dismount, quick, efficient, beautiful gymnastics.
That's okay. It's okay.
12.2 for the young gymnast from Montreal.
Alia. Let's go, Lia.
Here, Monica Fontaine, also from Quebec, also a Commonwealth Games debutant.
Great height on the layout in that round-off layout mount. And this is the first time that we've seen a gymnast do 2 layout step-outs in combination on balance beam. Tremendous difficulty in this exercise. Another requirement on balance beam is that the gymnast has to work low to the beam. It's known as down on beam work. And so she's ticked that box here. Just a bit of sideways choreography. Dismounts big 2, double pike.
For the most part, this is a very young, very inexperienced Canada team, and my word, is it an exciting one.
They are not performing like Commonwealth Games debutantes.
Sorry, she's mine.
Whether it's their time right now or whether it's going to be their time in several years, that will become clear as we go, but it is going to be their time at some point.
Oh, clearly.
Shantive Amankwa picks up a 13.5 score.
Can we do a handshake?
And that's with a 7.8 for execution. Very well performed. It's up there at the moment in a qualification spot. And indeed, it will be a qualification spot in the uneven bars final for her. Ruby Stacey. Last performer for England on the uneven bars. She's also been a World Cup medalist on the apparatus.
She has an unusual release element here. A toe on, catch up with half turn, which she does right into the low bar transition. And oh, once more, it's gotten a few gymnasts tonight, that toe Stalder with full turn. There's a point where the gymnast has to shoot her feet towards the ceiling, and she's got to get the timing just right, or else she's going to come off. She repeats the element to make sure that she gets the difficulty for it. Stalder Shaposhnikova with half turn. The final transition to high bar. And a double front in the tuck position.
That brings to a close the English uneven bars rotation. The performance of Ruby Stacey. She gets unbelievable amplitude on her release and regrasps.
The swing is wonderful. The score is still going to be healthy.
It's a 12.85 score for Leah Monica Fontaine.
What is this? Abby.
Look back at Ruby Stacey. Great support from the sidelines. Such a sense of team unity, but more than that, of gymnastic solidarity across the Commonwealth nations. The gymnasts out there really supporting each other. And we have here across the games and its gymnastics competitions, club mates who are now competing for different Commonwealth member associations. And we've got Wales sitting on in the stands, watching on, I should say, from their seats in the stands, hoping that they're going to get onto the podium. They might well do. The picture will become clearer and clearer as we go on. Just go back to that number of 12.8 average for the Welsh across all of their exercises. 11.7 for Ruby Stacey. So that will not be a counting score for the English team. What does it all mean? Well, here we go. Australia are in the lead. England in second place. Canada third. Wales performed on beam in the second rotation, so they will be a little lower down here. Then you'll see them start to move up as the competition goes on. They finished on vault and were really strong there. So don't be fooled by Wales's position at the moment in the standings, because they're going to go upwards from here. So the pressure's really on the remaining teams. Lovely having the benefit of hindsight, of knowing exactly how Wales performed across all of their different routines. Where does that leave us? Well, on the beam with South Africa and England. South Africa in 5th position, England in 2nd position. Many a team competition has changed dynamic on the beam. The floor comes into play. Australia will start, then we'll see the Canadians. Lots of high-quality floor exercises anticipated in this particular rotation. And for Canada, they'll be looking to push up a little. Currently sitting about a mark and 3/4 behind the English team. At the moment, it is Australia's game. They are in the driving seat. The arena in Glasgow and the 23rd Commonwealth Games. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for enjoying this women's artistic gymnastics team final. So what should we be looking for in this rotation?
Australia looks impeccably prepared, and that should come out on floor exercise, which is traditionally a very good event for them. We'll be seeing a lot of very good front tumbling, particularly from both Kate McDonald and Georgia Godwin, who will, I believe, be up last for the Australians on floor. And don't sleep on Brianna Scott either. She's been having a great competition and a really good year overall. The double fronts will come into play. Something of an Australian trademark in recent years. We'll see Naveen Dairies on balance beam for South Africa.
There's always such an interesting dynamic to team competitions, especially when you've got the 5-4-3 system in operation, where a discarded score is something that the teams can benefit from as long as they are putting up 4 gymnasts with only 3 scores counting. It's not always the case in team finals that you can lose a score at World Championship and Olympic level, because there's a qualification process for the team final. Only 3 gymnasts perform in the final and all 3 scores count. So that means sometimes it can be harder to tell exactly how a team is performing, because there can be a rogue score in there that looks quite problematic for a team, and then you get rid of it and it changes the numbers completely. So it just makes the whole thing a little more textured. We go to the first performance of Emily Whitehead in this competition, but a 3rd Commonwealth Games for her. She won bronze on floor 4 years ago. Thinking this Australian team is looking very good, and then they bring in Emily Whitehead and they look even better.
That's a real veteran's performance on floor exercise,
so
commanding choreography and
off
really minimal landing deductions on the tumbling.
Plus lots of fun.
Lots of fun.
Begins South Africa's beam rotation. This is the 3rd of 4 rotations as we come towards the end of the women's team final.
Over the first hurdle, the side aerial. Turn in the sit position. Very smooth. If there are any nerves before her flight sequence, the choreography gives her a little time to settle into the routine. Another big test for her. Small wobble, but not a big problem. we are going to see the flight series perhaps combined with the dismount. Indeed, back handspring, layout step out to a layout dismount.
Wasn't that an interesting way to do it?
It was. There are all kinds of ways to do that.
That means that's a win.
Emily Whitehead picks up a 12.5 score. One of the strongest scores that we've seen on floor. Second only to Ruby Evans. Yes, they've really got some compelling performers on floor, the Australians. Here's Brianna Scott. Australia's Brianna Scott on what is looking like an extremely compelling day for Team Australia.
She may potentially be thinking ahead to the all-around final, and why not? Excellent tumbling.
Caitlin Rooskrantz scoring 11.35. As Caitlin Rooskrantz steps away, her childhood best friend, Naveen Dari's, steps forward. They've travelled the world together, practicing the sport they love.
Switch lead now in combination with jumps. Just making sure that her splits are completely extended. Ideally, the gymnast shows a 180-degree split. Her flight series is a back handspring layout step out. Choreography really full of character, just as we get on floor exercise from her. And she has gone for the triple Cossack sit spin. Only the dismount remaining.
Such wonderful longevity in her career. Has taken her to 3 Commonwealth Games, multiple times on the African Championship podium. Another good floor score. 12.75 for Brianna Scott. Yes, she is looking very well set up for the all-around competition. She's going to be right up there At the moment, she's the best performer in all-around qualification. Kate McDonald. Great choreography. The whole thing is incredibly staccato. And to make that work, you've got to be a really confident performer. And in case you couldn't tell, she's having a pretty good day.
With that routine, you can never decide whether you come for the tumbling and stay for the choreography or vice versa. Those almost mechanical movements, so memorable.
12.35 is the number given to Nadine Dowries on B. To Zelmi Dowries.
Just a small problem on the switch leap mount. But the switch leap on the balance beam really well connected to the switch with a half turn. Calm back handspring layout step out. She is really coming into her own as a competitor. The switch ring, one of the only ones at this Commonwealth Games. The double twist dismount.
You are so right that she's coming into her own. Her profile increasing, her stature increasing, her confidence increasing.
And it's great to see her deal so well with that small problem at the beginning.
12.8, the score for Kate McDonald. And all of that has put her and the Australian team in a really strong position. They've already got a very good set of scores on floor. And now here comes Georgia Godwin. So things are looking very strong indeed. She has returned in triumphant fashion.
And wrap-up score on the balancing for Zelmi Daris.
Zelmi Daris, 11.7.
Let's go, Karma. You got it. Okay. One thing at a time. You got it. Come on, Karma.
The last South African performance on beam comes from Karma Vizohi.
Great combination mount. Punch front into jumps. Really well connected without any hesitation. Setting up for back handspring, back tuck. Good hold. She was very patient with that. Jump full turn, deceptively difficult on the balance beam. There's been a palpable sense of confidence so far. When she has slight balance checks, she simply deals with them, squaring herself.
Youngest member of the South African team, hasn't she done her country proud? Karma Vizohi.
She didn't look like a debutante there. She looked like a seasoned competitor.
Georgia Godwin scores 12.85 on the floor. We're getting a very condensed leaderboard for floor qualification.
Thank you.
Like a piece.
Come on. 1 to go.
I think I accidentally wore your pants.
Really nice work from Karma Vizohi of South Africa on the balance beam. The dismount, a front layout with full twist.
There's a combination of, I did that rather well and I can't believe that I'm here on the face of Karma Vizohi. I think we can all believe that she's here based on the way she's performing. Very easy to see why she's been selected. Yes, tense times. Decision time is coming up. We're going to move to the second half of the penultimate rotation. And now to the Canadians on floor as they will look to push up the standings a bit, having been in third place.
They've got the difficulty to do it. We're going to see unique tumbling from Ellie Black on floor exercise.
I just want to remind you all again about Wales, who we're not seeing in front of us, but we're certainly seeing on the leaderboard because they have been sitting and watching from the stands. Here we go, the Welsh team arriving. We've got a lot of well-wishers that want to have a chat with them and congratulate them. Are they going to make it onto the podium? Can't be a hugely pleasant experience now for Wales sitting and watching this. A lot of athletes say they're much less nervous when they're out there doing it than when they're sitting watching. That's because it's out of their control. The Welsh just one medal in women's team competition at the Games. Gabrielle Black. Canada moves to floor.
Unfortunately for Gabrielle Black, the fall on the final tumbling pass will incur the full mark deduction. World-class tumbling in that routine, however.
No shortage of rubies to support in this team competition. And here is Ruby Stacey. The English team moving to beam. Bizotti with an 11.35 score. And we have waiting for her opportunity to take to the beam England's Ruby Stacey, the 21-year-old from west of Devon, in the far southwest of the country. Silver medalist at the British Championships this year and the reigning English champion on beam.
And what a smooth entry into this exercise. Switch leap mount. That was actually a very good save. To pause for half a second to assure herself that she wasn't going to come off. Problem with the side aerial as well. She's setting up for her flight series. Back handspring layout step out. Well done. Once again, the deductions on balance beam for wobbles categorized into small, medium, and large. Small wobbles cost just 1/10 of a point in execution. The more egregious ones, 3/10 of a point, and the really big ones, 1/2 a point. After the side aerial, she probably took a 1/2 point deduction. That said, she has not come off the beam. Double tap dismount.
To finish it with real authority, Ruby Stacey. Yes, beam is one of those beguiling apparatus where the deductions can just creep up, step by step, small moments that are quite frequent, and it can leave you with an execution score lower than expected. 11.2. Gabrielle Black, she does have 3 penalty tenths. To Ellie Black, the all-around champion at the Gold Coast 2018 Games. It is floor work that truly takes you on a journey artistically.
Do you know what the name of that piece of music is, Ollie?
Please.
I believe it is called Black Gold.
Ruby Stacey, 11.55. So 6.55 for the execution. That's what we mean about those little deductions here and there. Just add up. Shante Ibamankwa. Seen some lovely work from her in her Commonwealth Games debut, particularly on the bars.
Good fight to hold the landing of the side aerial. Here comes her acrobatic combination. Back handspring, layout, step out. Cool as you like. Fight once more to hold the position, make sure she gets the difficulty for that double Cossack turn. Gainer with a full twist.
She's got a very useful quality, Shante Ibamankwa. She's so graceful and poised in how she performs that when something goes a little wrong, she's able to snap into something very stylish and artistic, as if to say, nothing happened, nothing at all. Something very interesting is happening here. Ellie Black scores 12.7, and in doing so moves to second in the all-around standings. She is 0.05 of a mark behind Brianna Scott in all-around qualification. It is close. Leah Reddick. Isn't that an absolute narrative choreographic treat? You can have a routine like Ellie Black's, which is modern interpretive dance, and then you can go to Leah Reddick, and it is classical, traditional, not in a bad way, just in a very effective and very authentic way, and they can both exist at the same time. And that's what's lovely about artistic gymnastics. 12.15 is Shantae Ivamanqua's score.
Stop it. Come on now.
We go to Abby Martin on B.
That is known as a candle mount. Back dive to chest stand. Double turn in the Cossack sit position. She stays very square on the side aerial. This is one of the biggest challenges in the routine for her. Back handspring layout, oh dear. Jarring fall.
Stunning resilience from Abby Martin. Congratulations on a great recovery. Another example of what you save, not what you lose. Oh, well done, Leah Reddick. 13, she's into first place in floor qualification. She's also the 5th best in the all-around qualification process. It's the first routine to break the 13 barrier on floor. She's gone ahead of the World Championship runner-up. Canada squad is terrifying if you're anyone else apart from Canada, because they are going to become fantastic. They're already extremely good.
3 extraordinary tumbling passes in that routine.
Abby Martin picks up an 11.8 score on the beam. She will go to floor next. World Championship bronze medalist last year. What an exciting competition this is. Ali Elite now goes to the balance beam.
She has some really exciting combinations planned.
She is the British champion on the apparatus.
Front aerial. Just takes a moment to reset before the switch ring and combines it with a ring jump. Switch ring, among the hardest things that a gymnast does on balance beam, because the head has to completely go back, so she loses sight of the beam. It takes real assurance to execute that skill. And there's just lovely little details. The way that she stands on her toes right off the top of the routine, and that chest stand. She's found ways in the choreography and in the skill selection of setting herself apart. In that flight series, back handspring, 2 layout step outs. It's a routine that has been packed with difficulty. She's handled it all well.
You have got to have so much admiration for this young gymnast. Stepping away from the sport, then deciding that she was ready to return, ready to go back on her terms. Goodness me, what a comeback.
She holds on to the Mitchell turn, the triple Cossack. She held on all the way.
That is cracking from Leah Monica Fontaine, 13.2. Best score so far on floor. Canada are going to really push up now, as we hoped they might, because of their skills on the floor exercise.
Here's another look at the dismount. 2.5 twist for Ali Elite. Blind landing. And she makes it around.
Job done. She won her first honours on the World Cup circuit this year, the regular season international gymnastics competitions, the almost monthly events, including on the beam. It's a competition in Slovenia.
It's an extremely competitive set, and it's actually not going to get the difficulty score that she will receive when she does it optimally due to 1 or 2 broken connections, but it's still going to be a really good number.
Eyes glued to the scoreboard. There we go. That's what she's looking at. The weight goes on for all of them. She'll just carry on staring at it. It will appear eventually. She's seen some supporters of hers in the crowd. She's not taken her eyes off that scoreboard for a moment, Ali Elite.
She's taken an enormous amount of risk in that routine. Let's see what the reward is going to be.
Just remind ourselves of some of that risk.
One of the few in this competition to do back handspring layout, step out, layout, step out.
That takes longer to say than it takes her to actually do it. It's 12.8, it's 8th position. And I can tell you that she is into the beam final.
Oh, sorry,
She's realised it yet. It actually is good enough. This is where we now find ourselves. Looking at the leaderboard, it is Australia in the lead, but Canada are 2.5 marks behind them. England in 3rd position. Just remind you that the Welsh went on to vault in their last rotation, so they scored very well there. The Welsh, once again, not competing in this subdivision. They performed earlier. Australia looking for their first title in the women's team competition since 2010. They won 4 in a row from 1998 through to 2010. And it will be Australia at the vaulting table. That is a nice place to finish, isn't it, for the Australians, with the sort of difficulty they have.
Exactly so. I'm not sure if we're going to see it tonight, but they do have gymnasts who are capable of doing double twisting Yurchenkos. That was what gave the Welsh their advantage on vault. We're also going to see something quite unique from Georgia Godwin. She's been training the Sukahara with 1.5 twists, which has been so steady for her in the past.
Now for Team England, they are really going to need to produce high quality work on floor exercise, knowing that the Welsh finished so well on vault. And we're going to have the pleasure of watching South Africa, who were a star turn at Birmingham 2022 with their floor choreographies. Here they are, the Welsh team, currently in 4th position. Their work has been done. The Roper twins, Jemima Taylor and the rest of the team watching on. Frank Stone and Ruby Evans as well. They're all there, all dotted around. Australia have had live a fantastic competition.
And when it comes to vault, in order to win the gold here, they may not need to do all of their difficulty. They have great execution. They've also got options. Some of their gymnasts used to doing 1.5 twisting Yurchenkos. At the recent national championships, there were a lot of full twisting Yurchenkos, but that was very early in the season. And they've got big difficulty coming from Georgia Godwin. Ruby Cass, one of the gymnasts who vaulted a full twisting Yurchenko at the national championships, and has been doing quite a lot of very floaty repetitions of the Yurchenko timer in the training. Like that.
Now, just to give you some interesting mathematics for this competition as we look at the vaulting table. The Welsh produced an average of 13.6 for their vaults, the 3 counting vaults. They have a 3-mark deficit to overcome against Team England, who are competing on floor. So we're going to be doing some like-for-like comparisons there. Once we get to England's performances. We're going to start, though, with South Africa and Karma Vizochi. She has had a hugely successful debut Commonwealth Games. Really well done. Yes, nearly, not quite there, and she knows it, but that's all right. Plenty of time. She's 18. She can go away, she can reflect, she'll get better. We'll look forward to seeing her more. Karma Vizochi. Now here is somebody who's performing so well all around qualification, Brianna Scott. First vault for the Australians pursuing gold.
Full twisting Yurchenko incoming.
Very good team looking. No issues really. Bit of a backwards adjustment.
For the execution score, that hop back on the landing, about all that the execution judges can really take for. In the air, it's fantastic. Good extended body position, really efficient twist, beautiful leg form. Her legs straight, toes pointed, knees totally locked out, and the layout position fully present all the way through.
It looks so pretty like model.
No, you can't. So, dis 11 afskyf, né? Dan is 2 vallers, 11
Team South Africa with Karma Vizochi, 9.65. The last stages of this women's team final at Glasgow 2026. Here's Caitlin Rooskrantz for South Africa on floor.
perhaps about it. Unique tumbling as well. Her second pass. Full twist into 1.5 twist.
Brianna Scott, 12.8.
You got it, Em. Come on. Let's get it, Em. Come on. Come on.
This is Emily Whitehead. Performed well on floor. What can she now produce at the vaulting table in this last rotation for Australia, who lead the way?
She's indicated this is going to be a Yurchenko 1.5. Yes! All the way through, they have done their jobs. This vault just punctuates the intensity of this team and its focus. A great piece of work from Emily Whitehead. She's been on the podium at the Commonwealth Games before, but the Australians in her time have never stood on the top step. And they are one vault away from assuring themselves of that.
It has been a superb team display from Australia, and I'm sure there are many of you watching this who are hoping the moment will come soon. Gold will be confirmed. They've still got the Canadians to come after them. It's 11.6 for Caitlin Rooskrantz. They've also got to think about Wales too. I'll go into the mathematics of that later, because the Welsh are currently the leaders based on a completed set of scores. This is Naveen Daries on floor for South Africa.
bringing home the South African effort on floor exercise. There was some improvisation from her, it looked like, on her second tumbling pass. But she did not commit a major error and finished well.
Emily Whitehead finishes well, 13.3. Good vault score that for the Australian team. That's going to really help them. And that brings us to Georgia Godwin, who we expect to vault twice. This is the one for the team. She's capable of great complexity.
Commonwealth Games.
We've never seen anyone like Georgia Godwin, and we probably never will again. She's back and she's leading Australia with purpose.
Great distance and really efficient twisting. She gets a great set into this vault with her block from the table. Masterful work here. There's the half turn onto the table and then a layout and 1.5 twists off. The landing is blind, and that adds to the complexity of this vault. She's done it for many years now, and she deploys it here with great effect.
10.95 is awarded to Naveen Dowries. 3 penalty tenths taken from the score. This is the last performance for South Africa in this team competition. Zelmi Dowries.
Performance on floor exercise by Zelmi Dowries.
It was enthralling, wasn't it? And they so often are choreographically, Team South Africa.
Just filled with character once again. And each of those performances so unique.
Great score for Georgia Godwin's first vault, 13.55. That is for the team. Now, her second vault for qualification for the vault final.
This is a simpler vault, handspring front pike half.
She'll certainly be going into the vault final with a display like that.
This is a very easy looking vault for her. She's so powerful, and she knows how to translate that power onto the table and get a really good piece of air afterwards.
So the average score is 13.35. That's actually the second best we've seen. The gold medalist at the last games on vault. Now, what's being indicated on the vault board by Ruby Pass is a double twisting Yurchenko. This could be huge.
And she gets it around. She's shown this in other years, but this may be the first time that she's taken it out of the training gym in 2026. Rotating the twist, both of them very important for the landing. And she does get there in the end. This is going to receive a nice, healthy score. It's what Australia needed on vault.
11.8. The final score in for South Africa, who are currently third. But there are others who are likely to go above them. The Welsh are watching. Their work has been done and done brilliantly. And I'll talk through some of the numbers in a moment. Look at what it means for Canada and England, who are yet to compete. Ruby Pass scores 13. That will be a counting score for the Australians. It's just slightly improved their position. Now this is her second vault for the vault final.
Same round-off entry, and Amelia Check now. Named after the great Oksana Amelia Check. Half twist onto the table and a front pike off. Unfortunately, the landing is going to incur the full mark deduction. Just opened out a bit too early, so under-rotated. But this is, as you so well reiterated, Ollie, not going to count towards Australia's team total. And we'll see where it puts her when it comes to qualification into the vault final.
The Australians have finished, and they may well win the gold medal. They will have to wait. They've done superbly. This is where they find themselves. So they've gone past Wales. So that is clear. Wales can't move up the leaderboard. All they can do is hold that position. Congratulations to Ruby Pass. 13 for the team, 11.2 for the second vault. Unfortunately sees her out of the vault final, but her job has been done for the team really crucially, just increasing their position at the top of the leaderboard. Now, I'm going to give you some numbers, everyone watching at home. Australia are leading the way.
Hands on hip.
And they're leading the way very well.
Thanks, guys.
158.4. What does it mean for the other teams? Well, let's start with, if you are supporting England, the number you need to write down is 12.6. 12.6. If your gymnasts are producing an average of 12.6 per exercise, well, if that's the score per exercise, if it averages out that way, you will go beyond the Welsh. If you're supporting Canada, 12.45 plus to go beyond the Welsh, who are currently in the silver medal position. 14.2 to go beyond Australia per performance. That is a tough task. Let's start with England and see what Shantae Mankwa can do. Team England. Blythe, one of the phrases you're fond of using is a breakout competition. Should we be using that here?
She's having one. No question about it.
She's on the map, isn't she? The 17-year-old, superb Com Games debut. First vault for the Canadians, pursuing the podium.
Planning a Yurchenko with full twist.
That certainly will put them on course to get onto the podium. I just remind you, 12.45 plus to go beyond the Welsh. That's 12.45 plus per vault.
This is a calm and steady piece of gymnastics and a really minimal landing deduction. She stays very central. There will be no penalty tenths taken for this vault. Her technique on this is really strong. The approach is good. The block very solid. The twist efficient. And the landing controlled.
Now that is very good news for Team England. 13.05 for Shantaiva Manqua. I just remind you, 12.6 is that magic number for the English team.
She nailed the routine after the routine as well.
Now, what a time to come in. Shannon Grant of England, just in as a late replacement for the injured Taja James a matter of days ago. Good luck to her Commonwealth Games debut.
And this is not actually the piece of music that she was planning to compete to. So she's done the right thing, just moved off to the side of the floor exercise. And the technical officials are going to sort this out, and then she will have a restart.
How well she's handled that. 12.9 for Alissa Guerrier-Calixte. That is very good news for Canada. That has them on course for the podium. And they've got some great vaulters to come, including later on the World Championship silver medalist. But here is Ellie Black first. She's been a Commonwealth Games vault medalist.
And this may be the same vault that we saw from Georgia Godwin. And she's stuck it. They are the only two that show the Sukahara with 1.5 twists.
Let's go. Yes, Ellie!
It's so rare that we get a stick on vault these days, but more often than not, it comes from Ellie Black when it happens. Absolutely masterful, this. Brilliant in the air. The landing is blind, but it does not matter for her. So well schooled is she in the art of vaulting. And in the replay, it looks like there is the merest shadow of a hop.
Don't worry, I don't think she cares.
And we don't care either, do we?
The Canadian fans certainly don't.
In the moment, she might have fooled the judges. We'll see.
Isn't that lovely to see Ellie Black alongside the Australian team? Big score, a 9.15 execution score, 13.95, and that puts her at the top of the all-around qualification process.
Let's go, Leah!
So Canada is looking really like the podium is beckoning them. to Leah Reddick, who was fabulous on floor in the previous rotation.
Another Yurchenko-style entry, 1.5 twists this time. And another great landing for the Canadians. Speaking of breakout performances,
You are absolutely right. She is an incredible young gymnast. She's only 16.
the mechanics of this vault are superb. So much power. She just explodes off the table.
You know, when Leah Reddick was a very young child, she saw a poster on the wall of her gym that said, "Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard." It really struck her, and she put that poster, I don't know if it was the same one, maybe she took it off the wall of the gym, but she put it up in her bedroom as inspiration for her, as something to remind her of the need to always be diligent in training.
And we're watching it pay off live.
13.5. Watching, hopefully, Team Wales. They know that it's going to be close. There's a very strong likelihood of the Canadians passing them. And indeed, the Canadians have just done that. They've gone beyond the Welsh team. So Wales are now third, and here for Canada is a World Championship silver medalist.
And here is a wonderful double twisting Yurchenko.
Leah Monica Fontaine, second place at the World Championships in Jakarta last year.
And this vault is a big reason why she won that silver medal. Just superb. Tremendous twisting ability, a well-controlled landing, just the hop back. Admirable from every angle.
Here is Shanna K. Grant. Not only did she have to wait, but she arrived at Shanna K. Grant at 9 p.m. on the day of training. She had no chance to actually do anything in the arena. A late replacement for the injured Taja James. She was actually looking to buy tickets for the event before the call came through that she would be competing. Well, she's got a direct ticket probably to the podium here if it carries on like this.
What a superb example of rising to the occasion.
Brilliant score for the Canadians. Leah Monica Fontaine with a 13.8. And now the second vault for her.
And this could be just as good as the first.
There's no doubt about her credentials for the vault final, as you'd expect from the World Championship runner-up.
We've seen a couple variations of this vault from other competitors, but she is the first to maintain a completely laid out position throughout the vault. It's very intricate, round off onto the board, a half turn onto the table, and then a front layout with a half turn off. Again, the challenge comes really in maintaining the extended body position. It's a challenge she meets with aplomb.
Yep. Everyone touch legs.
It is brilliant. 13.75. She's the top qualifier for vault. Canada now sitting in second position comfortably. They're 1.1 behind Australia. Very well done to Shannon Grant, 12.3. Ali Elite for Team England. If she scores in excess of 12.35, England go ahead of Wales. What an effort by Ali Elite of England. As I mentioned, 12.35 plus needed to go ahead of Wales, but the English have 2 opportunities to get it because of the opportunity that comes from the 4-up 3 count system. So this is hit number 1, and she performed very well.
Beautiful tumbling, underscored by her opening pass, the double layout. She also showed us a 2.5 twist. There's the 2.5 twist. And then she also shows a front tuck, walk out through to a double pike. There's a really healthy dose of difficulty in the tumbling, as well as in some of her dance elements, notably the switch ring.
It's all right. It's okay.
Now the English wait for the score. The Welsh wait too. The Canadians are secure on the podium and looking very good value for silver. The Australians looking untouchable at the top of the pack. A first title for 16 years. After this, we will still have Abby Martin to perform, and she is a World Championship medalist on floor. So the situation does favour England in terms of the resources that they have. They've still got hope, whatever this score is. Let's find out. And whatever happens, it's been a fabulous effort from the Welsh. How do you control the nerves at this moment if you are Ali Elite and you are the English team and you are the Welsh team and you are all of their fans watching all over the world? And there is the bronze medalist on floor from the last World Championships, waiting to see what she needs to do. The score for Ali Elite is 12.15. England are in 4th position. They still need that 12.35 score. Can they get 12.35 now with the last performance of the entire competition? It's Australia, Canada, Wales, England 4th. But here's the bronze medalist from the last World Championships, Abby Martin. Just to remind you that number, 12.35.
She may well have just made that medal secure for England.
And if it is the case, then Wales will finish in 4th place with a brilliant effort, Australia are in the lead and they are very comfortable. Canada are 2nd and they are very comfortable. The drama now really is all about this bronze medal race. And what a display from Abby Martin.
She's always been a fantastic tumbler, and she's added to her repertoire in the off-season after the World Championships last year. Her opening run, a double layout with a full twist added to the 2nd somersault. Massively difficult, the only one that we've seen in this competition. And anytime you're doing a double layout as your 2nd pass, you know that you've got a floor contender. Lots of complexity, even in the final pass. A front layout somersault with full twist, walks out of it right into the double back.
It's bronze for the English team. 13.25, the best score of the entire competition on floor. Abby Martin and Team England have bronze. Commiserations to Wales, they were fantastic and they have finished fourth. There are your champions, the green and gold, Australia, women's team title. It's heading their way for the 5th time at the Commonwealth Games. They were brilliant from start to finish. And Team Canada, led by a veteran, led by an all-time great, bringing through a new generation, a young generation. Silver for the Canadians and bronze for England. And well done, Abby Martin. Blythe, if she was feeling any pressure, you would not have known it.
No, you wouldn't have. That was the epitome of delivering.
Huge congratulations to the Australians. It's the first time they've won this title since 2010, but they remain the most successful women's team in the history of the Commonwealth Games. And you can bet they will be back for more in the individual finals. This has only increased the hunger. The classified results in the women's team competition. Bronze for England, just finishing ahead of Wales. Silver for Canada and gold for Australia. Congratulations to all of these teams who played their part in magnificent entertainment at Glasgow 2026. It kept us guessing right until the very last moments. Now, let's take a breath and look at the individual qualification position. Ellie Black top, Ruby Evans second. 2 per Commonwealth Member Association can go into the individual finals, so Leah Reddick regrettably in 6th place and Ali Elite in 9th place will not play a part in the all-around final, even though they're positioned very well. Likewise for Zelmedaris. So we go all the way down the standings. Ellie Cheetham and Crystal Lake of Scotland making it in. Congratulations to them. Courtney McGregor has made it in. And Alina Tan of Singapore, by virtue of finishing 3/10 ahead of Sophie St. John, the 15-year-old from Malta. She's made it in. The vault qualifiers, there they are, all 8 of them. Courtney McGregor, who performed right at the start of the day, has qualified for the vault final. Leah Monica Fontaine, the champion, the runner-up at the World Championships last year, the top qualifier. The 3 reserves will be waiting in the wings in case there are any withdrawals, which does sometimes happen. On the uneven bars, Kate McDonald, the only 14+ score. Yuli Wan of Malaysia, who performed earlier on in the day, excellent. She's in 3rd place. And congratulations to Alana Walker of Jamaica. She has made it in to the uneven bars final. The women's balance beam competition, and Brianna Scott, look at that score, 13.6, the strongest. Amanda Yap, the World Championship finalist from Singapore, 2nd place. Ruby Evans of Wales has made it in. This brings us to the floor qualifiers. Top qualifier on floor with the performance that secured the bronze medal for Team England, Abby Martin. Leah Monica Fontaine, fantastic display to finish second. And Amanda Yap of Singapore has made it in as the 8th best applicable qualifier. Absolutely scintillating, a wonderful day of team competition and the individual qualification. Let's look back. Scenes of celebration to follow at the arena in Glasgow. The medal ceremony is on its way.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game on.
The medal ceremony for the women's artistic gymnastics team final.
The medal ceremony for the women's team competition in artistic gymnastics at Glasgow 2026. Sincerest congratulations to all of these Commonwealth member associations on getting onto the podium, because it was a high standard. And it was gripping right until literally the last tumbling pass. And there are your Commonwealth champions.
The medals and gifts will be presented by Honorary Life President, Commonwealth Sport, Dame Louise Martin, DBE.
Dame Louise Martin, DBE, Honorary Life President of Commonwealth Sport. Joined by Theodore Dimopoulos.
Accompanied by our Glasgow Rising Stars, Sky and Izzy from Team Scotland Youth Trust.
And from the Team Scotland Youth Trust, Sky and Izzy, the Glasgow Rising Stars.
Bronze medalists, representing England.
Bronze to England. And they maintain their streak of being the only team ever to appear on all of the podiums in women's team gymnastics at the Commonwealth Games. Shante Ivamankwa. Shannon Grant, who came in as a reserve gymnast late on. She thought she was going to have to buy tickets for this. Hopefully they won't charge her to stand there. Ali Elite, what a competition. She had retired. Made the decision to come back, and what a decision. Abby Martin. When you need your World Championship medalist on floor, there she is, ready to deliver. And Ruby Stacey, who watched on in 2022 as a reserve. Now her moment has come. England, bronze medalists in the women's team competition. Silver medal won by Canada.
Represented by
Ellie Black, Order of Canada, Order of Nova Scotia. Leader of the team. Gabrielle Black, one of the debutants what a new generation it is. Leah Monica Fontaine, who we are now so used to seeing on international podia. Alissa Guerrier-Calixte, just 17. What an emergence she's having as a senior. And the youngest of all, the 16-year-old, Leah Reddick. An incredible debut at the Games. There are your silver medalists, Team Canada. The wait is over. They've done it! Australia, for the first time since Delhi in 2010, are the women's team champions of the Commonwealth Games. A mighty squad. And they delivered a mighty performance. Georgia Godwin wondered if we would see her again. We wondered if we would see her again. We see her winning gold again at the Commonwealth Games. A second Commonwealth Games gold medal for Kate McDonald. More might well follow. Ruby Pass, the teenager in the team. Brianna Scott, from silver last time to gold 4 years on. And Emily Whitehead has just completed the full set of team colours. Bronze at her home games in 2018, silver last time, and it's gold now because Australia are the Commonwealth Games champions.
For those who are able to, please stand for the national anthem of Australia.
Congratulations, Australia. And there they are, the medalists in the women's team competition at Glasgow 2026. Now they've got to all try to get as close to that central bit of the podium as possible for the photographs, and there'll be many photographs and many interviews, many well-wishers, and there'll be many more opportunities for us to enjoy their stories at these games, because that's only the second day of competition. The team finals have now been completed, but we've got all-around gymnastics to come on day 3 of the games, and days 4 and 5 will be the apparatus finals. But all of that to come after a good night's rest for these athletes. They've earned it. And so have you watching on from wherever you call home, because it's been a nerve-wracking and incredibly demanding team competition. And that's just for the spectators. Kept us guessing right up until the end. But worth watching, wasn't it? And look at all of those role models there. Advertisements for a new era in gymnastics, a new era that still has the old guard in pride of place.